So let's say you found a skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on this.
All right, hello everybody. I am here with TD Lane. Say hello, TD.
Hi.
Right, and you guys are here for the combined birthday / 5,000 subscribers special stream. We got some stupidity to go through. We got some. I'm gonna play a game in a bit, in like a couple hours or so. I'm gonna take a break from stupid stuff and play an hour or so of some game. I haven't decided which one. Maybe you guys can help me with that. And then we're going to go back to more stupid stuff. I'm planning on this ending in about 5-ish hours. You know, get an hour in per 1,000 subscribers. Don't expect that to be the permanent thing that I do for subscriber specials, because, you know, if it's going to go over, like, you know, a day, I don't know if I can actually physically do that. 5 is already a bit of a stretch.
100,000 subscribers does 100 hours of stream.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Lots of coffee, man. Lots of coffee.
Yeah, so...
Who needs mental stability anyways?
Alright. Seriously. So, one second. So, we're first going to go over some medical craziness.
God.
Yeah, so we have a woman here who, well, she'll explain to you how she developed her own ideas about how to fix things like the big C. So yeah, that'll be fun.
I'm pretty glad I'm only going to stick around for an hour, take a break, and get some food, and then come back.
There you go. Yeah, so I have sent the link out to a number of people who can drop in and out. I told everyone, like, this is, you know, this is not something you need to feel like you need to stick around for the whole time. So yeah. So Doorknob Head asks how I put the hat and tie on with such small arms. I have a multi-tuberculate who is my butler. He helps out. That is the long-standing... Yeah, that's the long-standing lore of Dapper Dino. Also, I have this quick apology to make. So my last few streams are going out in 720, and my intention had always been for them to be in 1080, and my previous streams were also in 1080. I believe what happened is that when I reset my computer recently after a... severe problem, which, by the way, the reset didn't fix, but something else did. That I had to re-download pretty much all of my applications, including OBS Studio, which is what I use to stream, and it reset my output settings to the default, which is 720. But I have since fixed that, so we should be streaming in 1080. So sorry about that. It meant that a few of the live chats were essentially illegible. I can't even talk. But that should be fixed now. But anyway, without further ado, let's listen to this woman who... I don't remember her name. Do I have it up still in the tab somewhere? Nope. 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 Oh well. Here we go.
Hi friends!
Hi.
I am
Turn it down a little bit.
sharing videos this week. Well, my daughter is going to have her baby and I want to get him uploaded, so I'm wearing the same thing, and I'm just going to talk about 5 or 6 different things that kind of go together, but they all don't belong on one video. And so check out my channel and watch all the different videos, because they're all important.
I want to just say real quick, and this is just a tip for anyone who wants to make content online. This is why having a script for your opening is important, because otherwise it's just scatterbrained. And yeah. Although mine was also a bit scatterbrained too, but then again, this is not a hour-long or several hours long stream. This is just, you know, a quick video that she's updating us for her cancer stuff. And we got Nestle20 in. What's up, Ness?
Yo.
Hello.
Hello.
Is it your actual birthday today?
My birthday was yesterday.
Oh, anyways, happy birthday then.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought about doing this yesterday, but then I realized I would still end up streaming today for like a Kent with Bent or something, and I didn't want to oversaturate people with thinking that they need to show up for my streams. And so I just figured, you know what, instead of Kent with Bent, I'll just do this. This will be a nice long stream. And I'll give Beethoven a break. He might be in later to say hi. I don't know. That's up to him. But yeah, so I would just combine 5,000 subscribers with the birthday stream, and
Oh yeah, it's a very, very good that you have you are still growing in numbers. I remember I was like one of the first among the first 100, I think.
Yeah.
Subscribers. Yeah, really cool to see how things have gone since then. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, not that long ago, I looked at my 100 subscriber special, and that was less than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, everyone who is subscribed and everyone who's here. Although, make sure you hit that like button, because I'm seeing a significant number of you haven't hit like.
Yeah, I distinctly remember like one of the first videos I saw was about your like a pterosaur video explaining to Kent Hovind how why a pterosaur is not a bird, and like I even though I already knew some things, and I of course knew that pterosaurs are not birds, but I didn't know they were walking on their knuckles. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's actually one of the cool things that, although they're doing it the opposite way that like apes do, so they're walking on the bottom of their knuckles rather than the top.
Yeah, on the palm side of their knuckles, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and Maya remembers the 300 sub special. I have come a long way. So thank you very much. But we do have to get more into this woman's ideas about treating cancer, because she has her own ideas.
Oh, goody.
Informative, some go together, but I need to do them separately because they kind of don't all go together. So I'm warning up front, this is my story, this is what happened to me, this is what worked for me, this is what didn't work for me. I'm just sharing for information purposes, so I don't want you to try it. I'm not prescribing, I'm not diagnosing.
So here's the thing that about that statement. I get that she's trying to cover her own butt, and she's maybe even sincerely saying, hey, this might not work for you. But the thing is, the type of people who click on videos like this are people who are desperate for help with their severe health problems, right? Like the video was titled basically like treating cancer with, and then she lists a bunch of things that I'm sure she's going to get into. So you saying that all that means to someone is nothing. Anyone who's clicking on this video sincerely, there's a very high chance that they're going to try and follow this woman's quote-unquote technique. And
it's also the same thing that you see on like vitamin stores. You see like big letters like, oh, vital for your life, and then on the other side in tiny letters it says, this is not meant to diagnose, treat, or like that other bullshit.
Or prevent.
Like, well, prevent. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's the same thing.
Exactly.
Statement. Yeah.
So that's the kind of thing that really bugs me, because it's like all that this could possibly do is at best delay someone's treatment, and at worst cause them to die in horrible agony. Yeah. So yeah, and you might say, oh hey, look, what if someone's terminally ill and they just want to try anything? It's like, okay, maybe they can try anything, but they should also be seeking medical help from actual professionals to at the least ease their suffering.
Yeah, and make sure that whatever they are trying does not do more harm than.
Right.
And make sure that it's at least neutral, at the very least.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what else she's got for us.
This is my story and my family story, and I'm sharing it to document what's going on with the parasites. I don't know if you can. The lighting is bad, but if you can see, my eyes are super yellow, and hopefully the lighting is good enough you can see that.
But even if it is the case that her eyes are really yellow, like let's say, like I didn't see it, but let's say it's true, you should see a doctor, because jaundice is a really bad sign.
I was about to say, jaundice is not a very like just whatever. I have jaundice, like I will go about the daily life, and it's not something you should take lightly. Yeah.
If you have jaundice, it's usually because your kidneys are failing, and you cannot live without functioning kidneys or dialysis.
I thought it was more specifically the liver. Or maybe it could be both, maybe.
Oh, maybe it is liver, and I'm wrong. Look,
I think it's
I'm
liver,
not a doctor.
I'm
not a doctor, and this is the closest I'm ever going to get to medical advice.
I've seen House, but it's not very, very reliable.
Yeah. Here's the best medical advice I can give you. Any part of your body changes color randomly, see a doctor. Something's wrong with you.
Yeah.
Just do it. But yeah,
That's with red eye drops in them. So because people are like, oh no, they're just red. And when I take the red out, you can often see the yellow.
So wait, is she putting like food coloring into her eyes or something? What does she mean, red eye drops?
Red eye drops. I will Google. Maybe it hits something. I could see.
Okay.
You've already found a real winner, haven't you, Dapper?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I figured, every once in a while I do some medical nonsense. Normally it really, really, really pisses me off. But I'm starting today out pretty happy because I got a video uploaded to YouTube already today. It's the day after my birthday, and it's a 5,000 subscriber special. So overall, and my package from Amazon containing birthday gifts arrived.
Oh, so, I see. It's just a generic eye drop for if you have irritated eyes, like a redness in your eyes.
So it's to fight redness. It doesn't give you redness? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough. Now I kind of do wonder what would happen if you put food coloring in your eye. Probably nothing good, but probably also nothing terrible bad. Because
Dapper, I think this is the part where we say, do not try this at home.
Yeah, don't do that at home. Let someone like this person do it. Yeah. Someone who's already taking their life into their own hands with ridiculous medical quackery.
Anyway, so don't try any of this. This is just what worked for me and how I've done for me. So I've got lots of videos this week. Check out my YouTube channel, The Secret is Gratitude, and my blog, thesecretisgratitude.com. In the bottom search box, you can type in Porcine metamorpha or parasite or anything I'm talking about on these today. Right now, I'm going to do one about ECACT.
I think her parasite thing means that she's one of those people who thinks that most diseases are actually caused by parasites.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Now, I guess...
Well, at least it's not entirely germ denial.
Yeah.
At least entirely.
In some ways, you could say, well, maybe viruses and bacteria are parasites. And it's like,
yeah,
kind of they are. But when we mean parasites, usually we mean much larger.
Perhaps,
at least eukaryotic is usually the requirement. So, like, malaria it's sort of on the cusp. Is it a parasitic infection? Kind of, yeah, basically.
Yeah. I think it's a few cells. I'm not sure, actually. I'm not very a malaria expert, but yeah, it's at least eukaryote. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, cancer, not a parasite.
And so if you type in ECACT on the bottom of the search thing, it's ESSIAC.
Have your notes in front of you.
Oh no, wait. Plasmodium, the pathogen of malaria, is a single celled. I was wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It's Casey spelled backwards. CASSIE.
My goodness.
Wrong. ESSIC.
Such great presentation style.
No.
Cringe.
Anyway. ESS.
Oh, look. A wild Dakota raptor appeared.
How you doing?
Oh, man.
I'm representing the proper merch.
Oh, look at that. That is nice.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the Teespring merch, which you can find linked down in the description. Look at that.
Which pseudoscience is this at the moment?
Oh, this is some medical craziness.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, although so far it's just this woman being extremely bad at presenting the opening to her video.
All right, that sounds like
I'd like to bring attention to something. You fixed the Utah Raptor skull.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I did. Only took a couple of rubber bands. I still need to get around to the scleral ring, the eye ring. Still need to get around and rescale that, but yeah.
Scleral.
The millisecond anybody gets a proper Dakota Raptor skull, I'm going to swap that out. But until then, it's Utah Raptor.
Well, good luck with the proper Dakota Raptor skull. The remains are so far extremely fragmentary.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's why I use this guy instead.
Yeah.
IAC, ECAC. Renee Casey is the nurse who got this recipe from a Native American medicine man.
Oh.
She was an RN in Canada, and she
Look, I'm just gonna say this.
Okay. Oh.
A Native American medicine man is something that you call not a medical professional. Yeah, they have no actual medical training.
And tertiarily, if they're from Canada, they're First Nations, not.
Well, I think she means the person who got it from the medicine man was the Canadian nurse.
Well, if it, I'm assuming they got it from a Canadian Native American, it's First Nations.
That might be, yeah.
Also, maybe smart
minor
to like
detail.
Maybe smart to like speed up the video, like put it in 1.5 speed or something.
I am not sure if we can. I don't see an option.
Oh, no, never mind.
Started treating cancer patients who were told they couldn't be helped by normal medicine and who were beyond treatment. They were sent home to die. And she started making this tea and sharing it with them. And she was put in jail many times, and the pharmaceuticals tried to buy it off of her, and she wouldn't give it to them unless they promised they would make it affordable and not raise the price on it.
So wait, she was in jail getting requests to buy her recipe for tea? But this is just a traditional Native American tea? Couldn't they just ask some of these Native Americans to make them their special cancer tea?
Yeah, this sounds like a secondarily acquired story that somebody didn't bother to,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say, citation needed. That's a citation needed section there.
And then I was visited by the Men in Black, and I forgot everything about it.
Right. That whole story sounds like complete nonsense. But here we go.
And patent the process and everything. So she did not sell it to them. She was also arrested for treating without a license, as she was an RN, but she was curing people or whatever. So
yeah, I think
I read her.
I think it's the whatever and not the curing people.
Yeah, I may be being very generous to her, but it could be the case that they were arrested for like using the tea as treatment, and it is of course illegal to like treat somebody with as if you are a doctor, right? Yeah.
Especially with unapproved techniques. Now, like nurse practitioners aren't doctors, but they can diagnose and treat certain basic ailments, at least in the United States. I don't know how it works in say Canada, which is where the story is from. But generally speaking, that doesn't include cancer, and it certainly doesn't include random teas that you got from a medicine man. Yeah. Now, here's one thing. Some people will push back and say, hey, traditional medicine remedies for various things have been found to have cancer-fighting properties. And that's true, actually. There's a tea made from cordyceps, which is the sort of insect zombie fungus.
Yeah,
that is
the best fungus ever. Yeah.
That's used in traditional Chinese medicine, and it does actually have some cancer-fighting properties. But the thing is, it's not as effective as actual chemo. Plus, when you're just taking a bunch of tea, you're getting that particular drug, but you're also getting whatever else is in there. Yeah. When you actually take a pharmaceutical, it's not that they don't go to nature to get these. It's that they isolate the chemical that's actually important to the treatment, and they get rid of all the other stuff that can cause extra side effects. So all you're doing by taking herbal medicine is taking less effective medicine with more side effects. That's it. And in harder to measure doses.
It's also the case, like we even have like a plant extract that we actually use, like I think it's called Taxol, or maybe it's something else. But it comes from a plant, the Pacific yew tree, and it actually works. And it's also used to treat some type of cancers. But if you actually take the bark of the plant, you won't get enough Taxol to be useful. So it's not like taking the whole thing is not the same as like the purified product that we actually use in medicine. Yeah.
Herbal medicine is basically just the dumb way to do medicine.
It's the early way of doing medicine. But
but now it's the dumb way.
We've refined it to such a point where it is obsolete.
It's just
because now we can do everything it can do better.
Right. Just like putting rocks on a sledge and hauling them across the sand is now the dumb way to build a tower. But once it was the only way you got, so you did it. We've progressed past what used to simply be the early way to do things has basically just now become the dumb way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the pharmacists themselves are completely fine. They're good people. The pharmaceutical corporations, yes, they can be kind of hilariously evil sometimes.
Yeah.
Insolent.
Like, the actual drugs usually work quite
I have one image in my mind when it comes to the evil of the guy who raised the price of like one heart disease drug or something. Like, oh yeah, I know. It's not, but yeah, it's a very easy target that these crack promoters have to like, oh, they are evil, but we are nice people. Yeah, it's pretty very appealing to some.
Yeah,
still.
Book for Renee Casey, ECFT, and I lent it to somebody, or I would show you the cover, and they did not return it. So I don't have that book.
That's why you don't
look
loan
online
books
and get that book. It was fabulous. I recommend it highly. If you have any health problems, that might help. I'm not saying it will or it won't. I'm just saying it might be worth a look. I have a recipe for ECFT on my blog that I have come up with. It's not one I got from anybody else. It's one where I researched about 5 or 6 different versions of how to make ECFT.
So she Googled for 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is I'm going to help you with your cancer after my extensive research in Google U.
Google U from
yeah. Look,
Google University.
Google is great, right? But if you don't know what you're doing, you're unlikely to find the correct answer to complicated questions like medical interventions,
and
right?
I like to point out the worst part of Google is a side effect of that is if Google learns your personal preferences.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever your particular set of biases are, if you just go to Google and you will get back a mirror of what you wanted for the last 2 months.
It amplifies your bias.
So which is why whenever I try to like do any proper Googling, I have to open an incognito window to try to get a clear filter.
I use like Scholar to actually find like more reliable papers than just like But anyway,
even with this, if you're using Scholar to look up medical and scientific stuff, just because it's on Google Scholar still doesn't quite guarantee you that it's a good resource. You have to look at other things like where was it published. Has it been retracted? What are the responses to it? Is it widely cited? Is it cited negatively, positively? These are all factors. And the thing is, you gotta know what you're doing. You shouldn't get your medical knowledge from Google.
As a note on that, for Google Scholar, creationist stuff like Sanford stuff and Snelling comes up on Google Scholar.
Yep.
So there you go.
Also, for $1.99,
I always look check if there are some other papers who have cited this paper that refute it, or I also look up if the publisher is reliable or not. Yeah, also a good point.
And for $1.99, we have a super chat from Vandali 1998 who says, "Happy subiversary." Thank you.
Thank you.
What type of tea is she promoting?
She said it a few times, but it's not anything that I've heard. Someone suggested it might be sumac, but she's not calling it sumac. So I'm not sure.
Renee Casey has passed away, and so she passed the recipe down, and other people have changed it around, and so I.
Why change what works?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah.
And how do you even know what was working or not in order to change it around? Because I can't imagine that a bunch of people sitting around sipping tea are doing rigorous examinations on like dose effect and, proper dose for body weight and all that stuff.
Wait, Dapper, unless they're British. That is the only exception.
Maybe.
Best way, and some of them are 5 herbs, some of them are 7 herbs, some of them are 12 herbs. So this is a recipe that I felt prompted to use for my health. So
you're just willy-nilly adding and subtracting herbs from something that's supposed to help treat cancer?
Also proper units. 1 herb, 2 herbs, 3 herbs.
Yeah, seriously.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Mine, you can do it. You do. This is me. I'm just sharing this as health information from my story.
Health information, but not health advice. Remember, she already covered that base.
Yeah.
So everybody can know what's going on with my health. I don't just have one problem. So years ago, I got a breast infection when I was breastfeeding my second daughter. She is now almost 30. And it never quite went away. I had a lump in my breast since that point.
Hey, here's another bit of not quite medical advice. If you have an unusual lump in some part of your body, go see a doctor. Like, my goodness. The infrequency with which people selling this medical woo stuff tell you to go see a doctor is kind of frightening. Because anytime I touch even remotely on medical stuff, I always am like, hey, if you think something's wrong, go seek medical attention. Don't just drink some tea. So, let's see.
Breastfed other kids. It was fine. I didn't notice anything. About 20 years ago, 15, 17, 18, got to be at least 18 years ago.
Okay.
My former spouse could feel it. The lump had been growing over time.
Oh my
I
goodness.
knew it was there, and I was worried about it. But
Of course you should be aware and worried about it. You had a lump that could have been cancer for 15 years. That, at the, like, one of the best case scenarios there is that it's a benign tumor waiting to become cancerous.
Yeah.
Like, holy crap.
Like, benign tumors, in themselves are not dangerous, but they're worrying.
Well,
one of the reasons why we take our dog to regular medical checks because he gets benign tumors.
Ben Hoven says she might be describing mastitis, a bacterial infection which is treated with antibiotics. Maybe, but a 15-year-long infection that takes the form of a big old lump in your breast, you should have that checked out. And I don't see any indication that she had this checked out.
I just didn't feel like I wanted to. As an RN, I've seen the worst and the worst of it, and I didn't feel like I wanted to go that route, and so I prayed for inspiration. It got worse. I couldn't give people hugs. I couldn't touch.
Wait, so she's an RN. Okay, that doesn't really help.
I feel
the
like
lump is getting big enough that other people would notice if you hug.
No, I think she's saying she was in pain when she hugged. I don't think other people were.
Oh, okay. Well,
Right.
Okay.
Because according to her so far, the only person she has said has noticed it was her spouse, who presumably saw her naked.
No. Okay, yeah, all right, you're right. He's giving other people hugs so she would feel it. That makes more sense. That's a lower bar of huge ass bump in her breast.
Yeah.
People, I couldn't sleep on my stomach. If I bumped somebody, I would, because it would hurt so bad. I could feel other lumps in that area.
Holy crap!
And,
it's spreading now.
Yeah, this sounds.
I had
So let's assume it is mastitis. Does that spread and just create new bumps?
I don't know.
Like, I don't know, but like I hope so, because if not, this is seeming less and less like just a simple bacterial infection.
dream that I needed to eat. I thought in the dream they were almonds with avocado, and that I really needed to, and it was in a blender mixed up, like I needed to blend it up and eat them together. So I called around, and I explained in another video that I've had dreams that have come true, and so I kind of can tell the difference between a regular crazy dream and ones that I'm supposed to pay attention to, because the ones I need to pay attention to are always in color. Like
Okay, here. Okay.
Okay.
Here's a thing about dreams and dreams coming true. You have a lot of dreams over the course of your life. The fact that sometimes something that you dreamed about vaguely resembles something that happens the next day is not significant, because you know what dreams typically are? They're your brain running through scenarios. Now, the scenarios tend not to link up very well, and sometimes are a bit far-fetched. but they're based on your brain basically running through scenarios that seem somewhat plausible, at least in isolation, to the rest of your brain. So if you have a dream that your friend Greg is going to call, and your friend Greg calls, well, guess what? It was never that unlikely that Greg was going to call anyway. Now, if you have a very hyper-specific dream, then maybe we can talk. Like, if you dream that in 3 days, you know, someone was going to spray paint a very specific phrase on the White House or something, and then it happened, okay. As long as you have evidence that you actually had that dream 3 days beforehand, now we're in business for your dreams being significant.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of time. I've had plenty of dreams, or what I've remembered as dreams after the fact as having happened. However, it's not like I ever kept a dream diary. And even though I had an experience that I believe I remembered that happened exactly as it did in a dream, there's no way I can show that this random memory of me doing X was actually a dream, or not just some weird trick of the brain that I had, which connected a previous point and saying, oh yeah, that's what you remembered.
Yeah.
Because I've had that happen, but it's not, you know, I have no way to show that any connection exactly previously existed.
Yeah. The thing with those kind of deja vu dreams is that they're usually things that are very commonly happening in your life. Because, you know, as Dapper said, it's running for scenarios.
Yep.
So it's going to be things like walking down a corridor, being at the computer and going to a certain web page if you do that often. Nephilim free saying paper thin.
It's
things that happen commonly.
It's also interesting to note, like, you have something called Ramsey theory, which is a mathematical theory that says that one of the things that it points out is if you have two seemingly unrelated random data, then any peculiar patterns between them are bound to occur sometimes. Like it's actually less likely for no peculiar relationship in any random data set to occur than there is at least some peculiar relationship. But yeah. So,
in one of the most important things, I think, dreams can be affected by the status of your body, like chemically.
Yeah.
Because big surprise, we're big chemical meat computers.
And like the one thing I think the final bit of her clause saying that the dreams that are important to her are the ones in color. All of my dreams are in color. I mean, that's only a count of one.
Well, I will say, it is reported that different people have different color experiences in terms of dreams. Mm-hmm. So some people always dream in color. Some people report never dreaming in color. Some people report sometimes dreaming in color. So I'm willing to let it be that she maybe sometimes dreams in color and sometimes not, and that this time she dreamed in color and she thought to herself that was significant.
You know, yeah. I've had a thought. Do you think the Emperor of Mankind dreams in gold?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So now I want to announce something real quick, and that is that I have a Steam game to give away. So here's what you need to do. So share this on Twitter, and at the top of the hour, I will randomly pick one of the people who has shared this stream on Twitter, and I will send them, well, you have to make sure I can PM you, but I will send you a stream key for the game Kami on Steam. Now, it's not a very expensive, fancy game, but it's a game. So share this stream on Twitter. Because we're going to do a few giveaways today. And I checked with YouTube, and I'm allowed to do giveaways as long as I don't make people pay for it. So you can't get it by super chatting or joining the channel, but you can get it by sharing the stream on Twitter. And make sure you tag me in it so that way I definitely know I saw it. So, and this was in fact helpfully provided by Bent Hovend, who has a whole bunch of Steam keys that he doesn't really want. So you guys are getting them. So check that game out on Steam. It's Kami, like the Japanese word for God or spirit. And it's hard to translate. Anyway, yep. And I will give you that Steam key. So here we go.
tell you what color anything was in the dream. And so those are the dreams that I normally pay attention to because they're in color. So weird, call me crazy, don't write it on my comments, I'll just delete it. So yes, I am weird, and I do have dreams that do come true, and I listen to them if they're in color. This one was in color. So I tried mixing avocado and almonds, finding a recipe of them, and I tried it. I just didn't quite feel right. It wasn't what I thought. And one day I was kind of praying about.
So, okay, hold on. The dreams that she has that are in color are supposed to either come true or tell her what to do. So she did the thing that she was supposed to do according to the dream, and it didn't work. And that doesn't indicate her that maybe this idea about color dreams being the things that she's supposed to do isn't actually true? Like, how is that not your conclusion? Or at least how...
Some dreams are important, some are not, though.
But according to her, the way she could tell is because they're in color, and this one was. Sure. We'll go with it.
I just tried it one time, and I was like, Heavenly Father, I just don't know. This doesn't feel right. Did I misinterpret it or whatever? And I had the thought in my head, oh, you silly girl. It's apricot pits, not almonds. It's apricot pits, and they look exactly the same.
No.
E17.
Oh, okay. So here. Okay, so some of you in my audience may or may not know this, but apricot pits are poisonous. They can actually kill you, and that's because they contain something called Laetrile, which is sometimes misidentified as vitamin B17. And here's the thing about that chemical. While it itself is not cyanide, the first thing it turns into when your body digests it is hydrogen cyanide.
It breaks down into hydrogen cyanide, and which of course the details I don't need to explain, but it interferes with your metabolism, specifically the cellular respiration part.
Yeah.
Basically, you suffocate at the cellular level from this stuff.
Yeah. Like, hey, remember how mitochondria are the powerhouse of the cell?
Yeah.
Well, that powerhouse will shut down with enough hydrogen cyanide.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad for you. Now, have you ever heard people who have survived cyanide poisoning and they report that hydrogen cyanide tastes a little bit like almonds?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason. It's because peach pits and almonds have very similar chemical structures. And yeah. Now, almonds are safe if you cook them properly and you consume them then. But just grabbing peach pits or whatever, not going to do it.
This specific compound is actually common among the rosette group, like roses and apples and pears, like in the seeds of this group of plants. Yeah.
So here we go. Let's hear more about.
No. Before you start it back up, I believe there's one thing that needs to be said. Well, you see, all this nonsense about cyanide is just evolutionist propaganda. And I need to go to court because the Communist Union of Lawyers is serving me or something garbage like that.
Can you explain to me what hydrogen cyanide is? I don't know. I have to do more research on that one.
Yeah, it's...
Would you explain that to the audience?
To the audience. All right, here we go.
So, I am a silly girl. It was apricot pits I was supposed to be eating, not almonds. So, you can tell me this is an
Is she going to eat that thing?
Off of an apricot tree that I hammered open. These are in my freezer.
Oh,
see, there's
goodness.
a little bit of frost in there.
Don't do
These
that.
are soft. They don't taste bad. They chew easily.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so I was not actually expecting to watch a woman eat poison on screen. So I'm now hoping that this doesn't fall afoul of the self-harm rules here on YouTube. Now, granted, the amount that she just ate isn't going to cause you a problem, right? Like, if you eat an apricot pit, you're gonna be fine, unless you're maybe a little baby.
How many is begins to be noticeable, and how many is lethal?
So that's one of the things I don't actually know, because I don't know the LD50 for Laetrile, and I don't know the exact dose. But that's one of the reasons why you don't mess with it. Yeah. But on the other hand, lots of people have eaten an apricot pit. But it is not something that you should consume in any significant quantities. Now, here's another thing, right? Like, I regularly consume things that are technically poisonous, right? Like, I like nutmeg. Nutmeg can kill you. If you eat too much nutmeg, you will die. But that, you know what? If you shave a little bit off onto, you know, your eggnog or, I don't know, some kind of pastry or something, it's going to be fine. But be careful.
There is a benefit in taste, at least. But of course, just a tiny bit, it won't really matter. But with like almond or at least apricot seeds, there is no like. I don't think it tastes very good. But
she just said they taste like nothing, so don't even bother. But the thing is, though, it is the case that humans routinely ingest small amounts of poison, right? Like, I had caffeine this morning. Caffeine is poisonous. It actually does not take much caffeine before you start having serious ill effects.
This is why I got back in the amount of coffee I drink.
Yeah, so, you know, it's one of those things where, like, the dose makes the poison, but when there's no benefit like there is with this, just don't.
It's also something I think is very funny when I hear like somebody who is like promotes organic, who says like I eat organic because there are no toxic pesticides in this, and then they sip some organic coffee.
Yeah,
because there are pesticides in that. Caffeine is a pesticide. Yeah.
Well, right now it looks like I know who's getting Kami, the Steam key for Kami, but that might change if a few more people share this on Twitter.
Go tweet it out, man.
Yeah, because or don't, if you're, you know, if you want this one particular person to definitely get it.
You could literally have God. Why don't you want it? God damn it.
I know, right?
Soft and chewy, and they taste somewhat like an almond if they're fresh. But
please don't eat another one.
They're a little bitter at the end. So that's.
You want to know why they're a little bitter? Because the bitter taste is to tell you not to eat things. It's literally there to be like, hey, maybe this is bad for you. Because one of the things that tends to trigger your bitter response is alkaline chemicals, which many, many toxins are alkaline. So don't do it.
Humans aren't rigged up to digest most alkalines.
No.
We are weak. Actually, we're pretty good at digesting most things, but still.
Not Laetrile.
Not Laetrile. Not
the
literal
frozen
poison.
apricot pit that I popped open. Actually, these ones might be off of my nectarine tree. These might be actually nectarine pits. So, same thing. Apricot pits, nectarine pits.
Yeah, who cares about carefully measuring your actual dose of a deadly chemical? Just get whatever seeds you happen to have handy. They're just pits. That makes sense.
It's pits, plum pits, peach pits. You take the hard pit and you crack it open with a hammer on the end and whack it, and it will pop open, and in the side are these. Actually, these probably are my nectarine pits. So.
Colonel Beat asks how much caffeine till you die. It's actually, I think it's like a couple of grams or so, and most people will end up dying of heart failure from caffeine.
Yeah, but of course, each cup of coffee doesn't contain very much caffeine actually.
A cup of coffee.
80 milligrams is what I think I remember a cup of coffee is.
I think that's about right.
You know what? Let me go check.
You're gonna have to drink a lot, but there have been people who have died or almost died from caffeine poisoning from coffee. Like, if you sit there and you down like 2 pots of coffee, you should call a doctor. Because you might start having heart failure.
Yeah, also, I have read some time ago about an article that describes a man from Australia who, like he had prostate cancer, and he took some apricot kernels to prevent a how do you call it, a relapse of cancer.
Oh yeah.
But he suffered from cyanide poisoning, at least according to the doctor, of course. But yeah, he still continued to eat the the seeds anyway, even though he went to the hospital suffering from cyanide poisoning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cups of coffee vary between like 80 and 120 milligrams per serving, but yeah, then a lot of coffees are more than one serving's worth.
Yeah, so be careful with your coffee. If you start to feel like your heart's racing or something, stop drinking the coffee. Don't try to pull the all-nighter at the expense of your heart.
I'm gonna put those back in the freezer.
Well, that was a waste of time.
The time of the year I had the dream, it was not apricot season, and I didn't have any accessible, so I got online and I researched apricot pits online. And I went to a company called...
According to Zemor42, the Food Safety Authority of Ireland says that you should never eat more than 2 apricot pits per day because that is the maximum safe dose. So there you go.
You can research it and get them wherever you want, but I personally got them from Apricot Power, and I love it because they have, and God said, behold, I have given every herb bearing seed which is on the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. Yeah. And that's their...
Okay.
Does it include like a nightshade or hemlock?
Right. Look, there are a lot of herbs and seeds and fruit that you absolutely should not eat under any circumstances. Like, what is going on right now?
Also, I looked up the Australia guy. He actually like ingested the apricot extract, so it's much more concentrated in his case. But yeah,
ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, and he had 25 times the acceptable cyanide levels in his blood at the time.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah,
man.
The little scripture they have on the front. So they're a God company. Yay!
Yay! If you put a Bible verse on a bag of poison, people will buy it. Yay!
Look! I'm going to distill cyanide, put a Bible verse on it, see how many people buy it. I will do that. Not really.
Look,
but yeah.
Just slap Jesus on it, and you will buy it.
What was that story a few years ago about the Bible verses on sniper scopes?
I don't remember that, but that doesn't surprise me. Assuming it's America.
It sounds very American.
I snipe thee.
I mean, okay, look, I don't have an ethical problem with scopes, right? I don't really care if you put Bible verses on things, but it's a little weird, right? It's a little weird.
Well, no. You see, if you put a just smack a Bible verse onto a let's say an M1 Abrams, it stops being a weapon of war and starts being a weapon of peace.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah, it's still an outdated weapon of peace, but hey.
And if you put the Bible verse on apricot seeds, then poison will become a cure, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah, apparently. And thank you very much for the birthday wishes, Aztec Dragon. And remember, guys, there are still 13 or so minutes to share this stream on your Twitter, and then you will be entered to win the Steam game Kami, which I haven't played. I can't vouch for it. It has a little bit of kanji on the front of this little Steam gift card.
Yeah.
So, there you go. I don't know. It was part of a curiosity box.
So I ordered a ton of bags of these because I didn't know how much I would need and how much I would.
Oh, goodness, that's scary.
Take. I mean, I just saw it.
No.
This woman is still alive based on luck.
Miracle. God does exist. Proof right there.
Oh man,
he's still alive.
Seriously.
In a blender with an avocado. So, in the meantime, I was having those thoughts, and I found the book on Renee Casey I had read years before. I had heard of Easiac Tea, didn't have a lot of experience with it, but I had heard of it. read the book about Renee Casey, and then I found a book on Laetrile, and I've got it somewhere in the house. I searched for it for a minute, but I didn't have time because I've got to get ready for the baby coming. So it was a book about Laetrile, which is a B vitamin, and that's what Laetrile is it's a...
Okay, here's the thing about both of those things. One, no, it's not a vitamin. Vitamins are non-calorie containing nutrients that your body needs to function. Right? You need vitamin C. You need the various B vitamins. You need vitamin A, whatnot, right? You do not need vitamin B17 for anything because it's just poison, right? You can't just call something a vitamin and then pretend it's okay. And here's the other thing about the vitamins. The only reason that they have those names is because when they were first discovered, people didn't actually know what the chemical makeup was. They could just isolate certain things from various food stuff and say, okay, there's something in here that you need, and it's the same thing that's in these other food stuffs because lack of it causes the same symptoms. And that's one of the reasons why we have so many B vitamins, is because they were all chemically similar, but they're not actually very chemically similar to Laetrile. And we also know what actual chemicals all these vitamins are now. So they're just called vitamin A whatever for kind of convenience sake, because people had been calling them that for a while when we actually finally figured out the chemistry. And yeah, there's no vitamin B17. So...
Oh, hey Dapper.
I just looked up the Wikipedia page on vitamin B, and there are several Bs, like vitamin B1, B2, B3, but no 17.
Kind of skip through vitamins B13 through 17.
I see 17. I see 17 on the pseudoscientific name for the poisonous compound amygdalin. All right. It's just Wikipedia. It's just Wikipedia.
Oh, and by the way, amygdalin and Laetrile, I don't remember which one is which, but basically they're extremely similar compounds, and they both metabolize into hydrogen cyanide. And you can get, I think one of them is like the methylated form of the other one. And in case you guys don't know, methylation is a chemical process that happens a lot in biomolecules. Mm-hmm. And one of the things it tends not to do is vastly alter the effects of that chemical in your body.
You know, my favorite thing about medical woo is the fact that they basically deny the past 300 years of chemistry even exists. So, hey.
Chemistry is for chemicals, and chemicals are bad for you.
Yep. These are the people that will see the actual chemical name of water and say, that's awful! Get this out of
hydrogen monoxide!
Yeah. Also says that vaccines are just poisonous shots, and they will also take like Botox shots. Anyway,
which are, by the way, botulism is a super serious medical condition. That the toxin made by botulinum bacteria is amazingly dangerous. Yeah. In fact, people have been known to die after just a few bites of food containing the toxin. And the place you get it most often is bad canned food. Now, this is not very common now because canned food is usually sterilized before it goes in the can, and the canning process is usually very carefully controlled. But if you ever see a can that's bulging a bit, don't eat from that can.
Nope. Big nope. It's I think that particular poison is pound for pound the most lethal substance known, at least.
That might be true. I know it's at least extremely dangerous in even very small doses. Yeah. But people will inject it into their lips.
B vitamin has B17, and I think in also certain pits there's B15. Could be wrong on that second one. I know there's another B, but I think it was 15. And the only place you can get those is seeds, certain seeds, and people don't know that, so they don't eat the seeds, and they don't.
Then they would be suffering from vitamin deficiency. There would be noticeable symptoms from people who weren't eating these seeds, but there isn't.
Oh, no. So I read.
Wait, Dapper, I know. They think that the diseases are that. Because, they're stupid. That's all there is to say there.
Cancer is vitamin B17 deficiency, don't you know?
And it was fabulous. And the researcher was wondering why it was so hard to get Laetrile, because it's just a B vitamin found in seeds. And so he did research on it and put it against cancer, and it was really good at breaking down cancer.
You know what else is really good at?
You know what's also good for breaking down cancer?
Flamethrowers.
I was exactly about to say a flamethrower.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, napalm.
Napalm,
Look,
yeah.
Good at killing cancer cells usually means good at killing all your cells. Because here's the thing about cancer cells. They just are your cells, right? That's why cancer is so dangerous and so hard to treat. Because
regular cells with a fancy hat.
Basically, your cancer cells are identical to most of your body's cells. So one of the reasons why we had to go through such weird measures like targeted radiation and things like chemotherapy is because these treatments target cells that divide rapidly. And that's one of the only things that are distinctive about your cancer cells. But it's also why these treatments do things like make your hair fall out and make you have horrible digestive problems. Because your GI tract and your hair are other areas where you have cells that rapidly divide.
Yep.
Weird. And so anything that attacks cancer has a very high chance, almost 100% chance, of attacking your healthy cells too. At least some of them. As it turns out, hydrogen cyanide is great at attacking any cell indeterminately. Or indiscriminately. That's what I meant. Indiscriminately.
Because it like I don't know if it's specific how cyanide affects the it affects the respiration, particularly in the mitochondria. So the most affected cells will be probably those that use most of the energy in the body. And I don't think cancer cells are those. I think more of the muscle cells and your brain perhaps too, right? But yeah.
I mean, those are the kinds of things that use up the most energy.
Yeah.
But ultimately, all your cells are going to have a broadly similar like resting metabolic rate. Exactly. So none of them are going to survive really.
Like the difference is minor, such that it doesn't make any difference. It will affect in practice. It will affect every cell equally.
Yeah. Look. Yeah. There's something to be said here that if it kills cancer cells, it's pretty good. Yeah. You know, CO2 kills 100% of cancer cells.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to expose your entire body just purely to CO2. It'll work. Trust me. I am not a medical professional, and don't do this.
Yeah, don't do neither flamethrowers nor suffocating in CO2 are good ideas. But they'll kill cancer.
Yeah.
In the book. So I suggest look up Laetrile study books and I can't remember
No, look up the actual studies that were done about Laetrile and amygdalin, because there were in fact studies done. And it was determined that it was not a viable treatment for cancer because it was insufficiently targeted.
Yep.
Surprising.
Wow.
Shock Pikachu face.
It was bigger than this. It was a big book that's a little bit bigger than this, and it was thinner than this. And
now, if that does not look like a professional medical journal, I don't know what does. My goodness.
Look, that just looks so professional.
A random other book is saying this book I'm trying to recommend you is not quite the dimensions of the book I'm currently holding. It's such a useless recommendation bit of info.
I can't even remember the name of it. It's like, okay, so if it's so helpful, why don't you remember the name?
Book. I'm thinking of a book that's not the size of the book I'm currently holding, but it is a book at least that I'm trying to recommend to you.
Yeah. It's like creationists holding up their fancy books that don't look like science journals whatsoever.
Dapper, did you know about the views of this woman before you started the video? Like
I watched.
She was talking. Oh,
so I looked at the title and I watched about. I want to say like 5 minutes to make sure it wasn't just absolutely like garbage audio or anything. And she talked about enough medical woo stuff that I figured I'd go for it.
All right.
I knew that there was going to be something about cancer because I got to the point where she was like, I had a dream telling me to mix up apricots and or not apricots but almonds and what was it?
Avocado.
Yeah. I saw that and I was like, well, that's stupid. So this will work.
But you didn't know how stupid it was going to get.
No, I didn't know. This is perfect. This is exactly the kind of thing that I want to subject myself to for my birthday stream, and that's only partially ironic.
I would judge you, but my birthday stream wasn't any better.
On the front. And I'm sorry, I don't have the name of that, but that was fascinating. So then I found this book, and this book, if you don't read any of the other books, This book was really good. I read this about 7 years ago, which is right around the time I was having, actually, it was right around that time that it was getting really, really bad. Because I remember I took this book to Peru with me and I was reading it in Peru. And I was just so excited to come home and try it, because it was so interesting. So this is Dr. Richardson, John Richardson, and he worked in California, had a clinic, and he was arrested many times because he was actually curing people of cancer.
Okay, people aren't getting arrested for curing people with cancer. They're getting arrested for doing things like practicing medicine without a license, or using, harmful techniques to quote-unquote treat cancer.
Yep.
Now, the reason you know this is because if this could treat cancer, there would already be papers on it, because we've already done the studies. The studies on Laetrile have been done. They were conclusively not in favor of Laetrile. And so if people were actually using this as a real cancer treatment and it really worked, it would just be approved. Because the thing is, it's not like Big Pharma can block something from being approved. They can't. They don't have the power to veto approval of drugs. So it doesn't matter how little money they would make. They don't have the power to stop it being used.
Like we know that, for example, omega-3 fatty acids are very helpful in preventing cardiovascular disease.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's stopping you from taking that, or just buying food that contains fish, or even just
just pills
supplementary oil, fish oil. But still, Big Pharma doesn't stop you from getting that.
Yep. And notice that they didn't stop the medical establishment from recognizing the helpful effects of omega-3 fatty acids, even though they're just bits of lipids that you can find in all sorts of living things that people consume. They're not hard to get, and yet Big Pharma can't stop it.
And these were, once again, patients that were told they could not survive, and they had already gone through all the treatments. And he was arrested over and over and over again. So
maybe because he was committing medical malpractice.
Does Laetrile really work in control of cancer? Here for the first time are 90 actual case histories, and they are story after story after story. And his story,
90 case stories published in a book by some guy. You know what I say to that? Citation needed.
How many cases? 90 cases?
Yeah.
I wonder how many controls there were used.
I'm going to go with none.
Also a double-blinded experiment?
Oh, no.
Double-blinded?
Nope.
No.
Good. So I'm like, okay, obviously there's something to this. And I had that lump and it was painful, and I thought I better take care of it. So what I do is I bought that Laetrile on those apricot pits online. They're just plain apricot pits. I did not buy Laetrile. I know they sell shots and other things, but in the dream that I had, I was supposed to eat it with avocados, and so I just thought I'm going to eat them raw with avocados. So I tried to make a shake using avocados and apricot pits. Horrible.
All right, we have gone past the time frame, and I have an announcement to make. At James Manhunter, you are going to be receiving, just right now, a Steam key. So let me take a few seconds and type that out, and you can feel free to redeem that at your leisure. And let me know if for some reason it doesn't work. I will see what I can do about that.
Just to recap, this woman takes practically cyanide, or a compound that breaks down to cyanide, because she had a dream of taking it with avocado, and also having read a book by a quack doctor. That's basically it.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
All right.
The two separate spheres of she read a dream and she read a book by a unsubstantiated doctor's claim.
Yeah.
Was the guy an actual doctor? Perhaps, actual doctors can be quacks too, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, at James Manhunter on Twitter, let me know if that works for you. If it doesn't, we'll see what we can do. But yeah, there you go. I hope you enjoy a brand new free stream game, because I guess I'm doing like the Hobbit thing today, where like instead of getting birthday presents, I'm giving birthday presents for my birthday party. And we will probably have another giveaway here coming up in a bit.
Well, I couldn't gag it down. It was horrible. It was so bitter.
Yeah.
And what I read in the books is the more bitter the apricot bit, the more Laetrile they have in them.
That checks out, because Laetrile is poisonous.
Yep.
The older they are, the more dehydrated they are, the more concentrated the Laetrile, the more bitter they are. So I was trying to gag down a lot, and I didn't know how much to take, because in the dream it was just kind of combined in the blender. So I kind of prayed about it and tried a few, and what I felt was I couldn't absorb it and get rid of it. And I have the MTHFR factor gene defect, which I have a hard time getting rid of the toxins in my body. So I have to pay attention really closely to my body to know if I'm getting toxic on something or not. So what I learned about B vitamins.
You know, I feel like you're not doing a good enough job of paying attention to your body, if that's how that works for you. Now, I do want to say one thing. We are going to eventually have to switch videos, because I was originally planning on having a big like supercut of a few videos all just pile into one place. Unfortunately, it has not actually finished compiling and being output by my video editing. And this was the video that was in the last spot there, so I just went to it first. And now, when we're done, I'm going to switch videos to that and hit play on that. So that's the plan there.
I talk about it on my blog. I have a stress vitamin therapy recipe on there. I highly suggest, if you know anybody that's depressed or suicidal or anxiety.
Hold on. Okay, who thinks, we're going to ask the audience, one, if you think her advice is going to be to go find medical help. Two, if you think her advice is going to be to eat some random plants that she suggests. What do you guys think?
I hope it's the former.
Yeah, I do too, but what do you think it's actually going to be?
Definitely two.
Yeah, I'm thinking two as well. But we'll have to see what the audience thinks. We'll give them a few minutes. So, what's everyone up to besides being here for my birthday? What are you guys doing? Let's look. Any?
Well, I'm a bit hopeful today, so I'm hoping that she will say the first one. But yeah.
Oh, all right.
Maybe I'm too generous, but let's see what happens.
Well, we're definitely getting a lot of twos in chat, although a bunch of them have all been from Thibaut Thulu, which you only get one vote, man. Maybe if you're a channel member, you get two.
I will amend my. I think she will say neither. I will think she will say something else, but yeah.
All right. Well, so far we have like 9 twos. All right. Well, we don't have a single one, and we've got a lot of twos. So here we go. Let's see what happens.
That really, really helps when you're under stress, and my mother learned about that.
So it's just continue to eat Laetrile
therapy, which I highly recommend. So there's a page on my blog where all that information is. So you just go into my blog, and it's down on the left, about halfway down on the blog page. But you can also search for it on the bottom, just stress vitamin therapy, and it'll come up.
Okay.
All right.
Look.
Yeah.
Feel free to have vitamins if you're feeling like you have like clinical depression or an anxiety problem. Feel free. But also go seek medical attention.
Yep.
Do not just eat some vitamins and feel like that's going to help with your clinical depression, because it won't. Now, I mean, if you actually have a vitamin deficiency, and so one of the things that's making your depression worse is your ill health, and that will help clear up the vitamin deficiency, then I guess that might work, but you should check that in consultation with a doctor, because you're not competent to assess your own vitamin levels just by seeing how you feel. Especially if you're having mental health problems that should be treated by an actual mental health professional. So, yeah, go see a doctor. Go see a psychiatrist. See a therapist. Your brain can also have problems just like any one of your other organs. There's nothing wrong with seeing a doctor if you break an ankle. There's also nothing wrong with seeing a doctor if something is going wrong with your brain.
Please do so.
But I can tell when I have too much of something. And so I have to take my vitamins. I can't take B vitamins every day. I have to take them about every 3 days because my body has to have time to assimilate and process and get rid of before I take more or I get.
What she means here is that her kidneys and liver have to have time to break down the toxic chemicals she's ingesting in too high a dose before she starts to have symptoms from taking them too often. That's what this is actually saying to you here. Now, you're not going to overdose on most actual vitamins. Like if you start eating a bunch of oranges, you're not going to overdose on vitamin C.
Yep.
It's essentially impossible.
People who OD on like iron supplements, it takes like a bottle a day before you have, going to the hospital.
Right.
Levels of overdosing.
But eat that third apricot seed, and you're going to start having symptoms.
I think there are some vitamins that are really dangerous if you take.
There are.
I think it was. I can't remember which one, but there was actually one vitamin that has some application as a rodent side.
Yeah. Don't just take a bunch of vitamins. But the thing is, she's here eating what for most things would be a normal amount, it seems like. So what she's actually saying is, I can't take Laetrile too often because the symptoms get bad. The symptoms are the symptoms of cyanide toxicity. What's the thing with dog livers, vitamin A? I think that might be it. Yeah. But here's the other thing. Here's the secret about vitamins. Vitamin supplements do essentially nothing for you unless you're actually vitamin deficient. And if you're vitamin deficient, you should work that out by going to see... What do you guys think I'm about to say?
Doctor.
Yeah, go see a doctor.
A real medical professional.
Right.
Get toxic on it. So, I learned over time that, what I do is I keep
Please don't eat another
the
one.
apricot pits in the fridge, in the drawer, and if they're dried. So these ones are dried, and these ones that come like this are dried. And so I just dump a few out in a jar. These are my apricot pits jars, and I put them in there. And then every 3 or 4 days, I take 3 or 4 of these, depending on the size. So I don't want to take too many. And I put them in my little coffee grinder. And I put the lid on and I pulse it, get it to...
I like how she's teaching us how to use a coffee grinder. Thanks. No one... Look, I guess I can't say no one. Most people don't need the instructional video on how to use a coffee grinder, but okay, whatever. Also, is she also grinding coffee in there? Because that means that all of her coffee now has low doses of cyanide. Which I don't think that's what I want in my coffee, but what do I know?
It'll grind down, and it will grind down into that powdery... It kind of looks like graham cracker.
Wash your coffee grinder before you put it on stream, lady. Okay. This is just a presentation tip, right? No one wants to see... Now, look, aside from the fact that it's, full of Laetrile, if that had been coffee grounds, like, okay, whatever, you have some residue of coffee grounds, but the thing is, you're showing it on camera. No one wants to look at your dusting of grounds in your coffee grinder. Wash it out, let it dry, and have a sample of ground material that you can also hold in front of the camera. That's how you do this.
Yeah.
This is
the venerable Beedle is saying, "How is she not dead already?"
I don't know. Well, so if you think about it, so we heard that apparently, according to the the Irish Food Safety Authority, they said that maximum dose is 2 per day. But if she's doing up to 6, that means she's every 3 days. She is actually averaging.
I think the maximum dose of 2 is more like, oh, below 2 you don't notice anything, but above 2 you begin to notice something, but it's not lethal yet. So.
Which she's saying that she is noticing stuff by saying that she can't do it every day. So basically what I'm getting is she takes 4 to 6 of these in a day on one day, and then she feels like crap because she's getting low-level cyanide poisoning symptoms. And then they subside over the course of the next 2 days, so she does it again. That sounds like a nightmare.
The orange is from the citrus I've been grinding, but it's that brown and white flecky stuff. So
why would you grind citrus in a coffee grinder? And yeah, that might be why her eyes are yellow, if they are. It didn't look yellow to me, but okay. Look, guys.
She's also grounding the seeds from citrus fruit?
I think she's doing the rind, because the seeds aren't going to produce that. Okay, here's the thing about citrus rind, right? Don't grind it. That's silly. This is what you do. If you got like a carrot peeler or anything like that, right? Take that and draw it across the skin of the fruit, so you get what's called a twist. You can get orange twist, a lime twist, lemon twist, grapefruit twist, whatever, right? Now, there's a few things. If you want to use it right now, twist it around in your hand over some container, and the oils will pop out, and there you go. You can collect those. You can dissolve them with a little bit of alcohol and some other neutral oil, and now you've got some citrus-flavored... Essentially, it's basically an essential oil, except you haven't boiled it down any. You can put that in all sorts of stuff. You can cook with it, you can put it in cocktails, whatever, right? Or you can dry them out, but then you're going to want to grind them, not with a coffee grinder, because that's going to take too long, whatnot. Just cut them up, or just smash them up loosely, and then steep them a bit. Make a little bit of tea, boil it down a little bit, maybe add some syrup to make it like a citrus syrup. There you go. Don't put it in the coffee grinder. That's just weird. So there you go. There's cooking with Dapper. That's how to get some citrus extract without putting it in a stupid coffee grinder.
Save your coffee grinder for coffee, and don't use your coffee grinder for 6 different things.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Without cleaning it in between the steps.
Seriously. Like, I would say that it's actually not a bad idea to have 2 coffee grinders, but one's for coffee. The other one can be for whole spices. But wash the whole spices one regularly, right? Because it is actually the case that whole spices keep longer in your kitchen. So if you ever notice it, like, hey, I bought this, whatever it is, like cardamom or something like that, and it had a really strong flavor, but now it's kind of losing that, that's because it's old and getting stale. Whole spices last almost indefinitely. So there is good reason to have a spice grinder.
What I'll do is I'll grind it down into that powder form. And then I told you I was in the dream I was supposed to eat it with avocado, and it's pretty cool what I learned about that after the fact. I just did it because it was in the dream and I felt like it was an answer to prayer.
Oh, so she had a dream about avocado, and then she found out later that some guy somewhere was making up crazy woo about avocados. Not surprising, because people make up crazy woo about anything. So again, do avocados help you treat any particular disease? I don't know, but if it does, we need a citation.
So I cut an avocado in half. I get a knife and I pop it in there and I pull it out, and then
it looks like a very old avocado.
Yeah, although to be fair, avocados do tend to brown pretty quickly in the open air. And
it only takes like 20 minutes for that browning to happen.
But if you don't want it to happen, here's more cooking with Dapper. Because apparently that's what we're doing today. We're doing some cooking with Dapper. Okay, if you don't want your avocado to go brown, take a lime wedge and squeeze it over the avocado so that it coats the whole thing. And then the citric acid will help form a little barrier on top that will prevent the oxygen from getting at your avocado. And it won't go brown. Now, the other thing is, if your avocado goes brown, it's still perfectly safe and it's still going to taste just fine.
It's a bit mushy, yeah.
So browning in food is almost always an oxidation reaction. So basically, some oxygen is getting in there, and it's analogous to rust, right? But it's not going to significantly alter the flavor. You can eat brown grapes, not grapes. You can eat brown avocado. You can eat brown apples. You can eat brown bananas. Is what I was thinking of. It was a different berry. By the way, bananas are berries.
Yep.
So yeah, you can eat all of these things if they're browning. It's not going to hurt you. But yeah, to keep them from browning, a little bit of lime juice. Plus lime juice plus avocado. It's a good flavor combination.
Would you like a hot take, Dapper, aside from me being back?
Sure.
The only thing avocados are good on is sushi.
I disagree. I like to actually take a half an avocado, get the seed out, sprinkle on a little bit of salt, and eat that.
I'm apparently pretty weird because I don't really like avocados. So
I've also a hot take. You're all fish.
Yeah.
That's not a hot take, is it? We are just fish, aren't we?
Oh, and here's another thing. There's that thing that you see on like cooking shows or whatnot, where people like hold the avocado half with the pit and like slam it with a knife and then pull it out. Don't do that. Look, so many people go to the hospital every year because a knife went through an avocado entirely and into their hand.
Oh.
It's not worth it. Just use a spoon. It looks cool on TV when a trained professional does it. But there's literally no reason that you should be doing that at home. It's stupid and dangerous, and it causes injuries every year, at least in the United States. I don't know about anywhere else, but I know for a fact that in the United States, a fair few people are in the hospital every year because instead of just sticking at the seed, they went right through into their hand. You don't need a hand injury because you wanted an avocado. It's not worth it.
You do not play Fruit Ninja.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Fruit Ninja should be played on your phone, not in your kitchen.
I read an article about cayenne pepper and black pepper and how whatever you eat it with, you absorb it more. And I realized that...
Was that article on Natural News? Because that sounds like a Natural News article.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, so bananas are both herbs and berries? Yeah, they are.
So the thing about the word herb or herb, depending on where you are...
It's herbaceous, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so American varieties of English tend to drop the H in the word herb, but not in other derivatives. So Americans usually say herbaceous and herbivores. But the word herb, they usually just pronounce as herb.
Yeah. I tend to pronounce the H. But yeah,
well, that is typical. That's typical in most other varieties of English. So if you're someone who speaks English and you're not from North America, chances are you say herb. There are also, I believe, some parts of Canada where herb is the common pronunciation. But anyway,
but that's herbs, yes. Yeah.
The thing is that the word herb doesn't really mean anything in like a biological sense. It's basically just like things that you can add to food for flavoring, and it usually means the leaf.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking like botanically speaking, herbaceous or
yeah. So that does mean something.
Yeah. But
yeah, the word, the group of things that are culinarily considered herbs is sort of like whatever
whatever tastes good in small amounts.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
Seeing how broad vegetable is, all fruits are vegetables.
Well, so the thing is, when it comes to fruits being vegetables, it tends to be the savory fruits that end up being called vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to adjust the chat a little bit to make it a little bit easier to read on screen. So bear with me, because
there's very sloppy distinctions between fruits and vegetables.
Yeah,
we should have.
Basically, like it's roughly like savory, it's a vegetable. If it's sweet, it's a fruit, and
but
any actual meaningful distinctions.
Biologically speaking, all gourds are fruit, cucumbers are fruit, zucchinis are fruit. Tomatoes are fruit. Carrots and potatoes are not fruit. Your green leaves, not fruit.
Yeah.
But like, all those things. Okra, that's a fruit. Which, by the way, anyone here's a thing that Dapper can't cook. And it's any kind of okra except fried, because I just can't figure it out. I've tried to make gumbo before and the okra just comes out disgusting. I don't know how to fix it.
Oh, poor buddy.
I know it sucks because I like okra, but we're gonna see what happens.
I think we should have another stream on like the botanical or the botany of plants and also how they relate to like the culinary usage.
That could be cool. For $25, thank you so much, Maya. Maya says, happy birthday. I really appreciate that. It has been a good birthday so far. I'm still having fun with this birthday.
Oh, so somebody drops another fun one. Cereal is a soup.
Maybe.
So is a fat, and so the fat helps absorb the vitamins in the
But neither cayenne pepper nor black pepper, when used as a spice, are fats.
apricot, and then the pepper helps you absorb anything
Oh,
else.
okay.
So
That's a
I
different thing.
pretend the pit's out of there. I'm going to show you this.
Hey, Dakota, you want to mute while you do that?
Sorry.
Thanks.
in a minute for something else. So I put a little bit of pepper on it, just a little ground pepper, and I put just a little bit of cayenne, as much as you can tolerate. It's kind of spicy, so pour a little bit of don't put a ton at first if you're gonna try this. This is me. I'm not telling you to try it, but if you're gonna do it.
I mean, as cooking advice, this isn't terrible. I would try avocado with black pepper and cayenne and salt, but
don't put too much, because depending on the BTUs of the cayenne, it can be really, really hot. So you want to go.
By the way, the heat of cayenne pepper is not measured in BTUs. That's British thermal units. It's an imperial measure of thermal energy. The heat from cayenne peppers is not because it's physically hot. It's because the capsaicin in the cayenne pepper attaches to the same nerve endings that detect heat. So it feels hot.
I thought the cayenne pepper like spontaneously combusted when it comes in your mouth.
As it turns out, no.
When you don't know how
Scoville scale
spicy works, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that outright. If you don't know how spiciness works, that's not actually thermal energy, but just a chemical reaction, you're an idiot.
I was joking, but yeah.
Yeah.
In this modern day and age, there's no reason to not know that information of, it's the capsaicin that causes the feel of the spiciness, not actual heat.
With a not hot. Is it BTUs? Is that the right term?
No, it's not.
I don't know. The hotness of peppers. I don't know what it is, but anyway.
There's the Scoville scale, which is not the most rigorous scale, but it gives you a rough estimate. So, for instance, I like my hot sauces somewhere around the few 100,000 Scoville units. Most hot sauces are in the 8 to 10,000 Scoville units. Cayenne pepper, I don't remember what it is, but I think it's in the a couple hundred.
We need to put you on the hot ones show.
30,000, 60,000, 90,000, and like super hot. So just try a little bit and get used to it, and then go from there. So
all right, so I'm a weirdo, and I have built up a kind of ridiculous tolerance to hot stuff. So when she says 90,000 is kind of hot, I'm like, that's less than half as hot as the hot sauce that I typically use. Yeah. That's basically non-existent. But that's because my tongue has become numb to that. So, like, I don't notice it anymore.
So what I do is I grind down the apricot pits, and then I just pour them into my mouth.
Oh my goodness.
Like that. See, I got some powder on me. And then I take a spoon and I eat the avocado.
Okay, here's another thing. Don't eat apricot seeds, period. They do nothing for you except harm. But here's another thing. Don't just eat stuff straight out of the grinder. Put it in a bowl or something. And here's a reason why. It's called safety. You never know when something's going to go wrong with spinning metal. Now, granted, most grinders have all sorts of interlocks. But you know what happens to interlocks sometimes? Sometimes they fail.
Yeah.
Don't pour food directly into your mouth from a grinder. Pour it into another vessel and eat it with a spoon or something. That's just,
Out with a spoon. Now, I only use a half each time because I don't have a gallbladder and I don't do fats very well anyway. But, so half of an avocado.
Okay. Avocados are super high in fat. If you have trouble processing fat because of no gallbladder, maybe just don't eat avocados, but whatever.
A little bit of pepper, about 3 or 4 apricot pits, and I do it every other day, every 2 to 3 days. When I take B vitamins, I do it every 3 to 4 days. But this,
I'm amazed this woman has not gotten cyanide poisoning yet.
Oh, she has. It's just been mild.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is, you can live for a very long time with very low-level cyanide poisoning. That's what she's doing to herself.
Just because I get a little bit, it helps give me energy. B vitamins give you energy, and so I feel better when I take them. Okay.
And yet you're restricting yourself to every 2 to 3 days because of the symptoms. Let's be honest.
Fast forward a little bit. I was at the food bank, and they gave out 1 million crates of avocados. Love avocados, so I wanted to freeze the avocados and make guacamole, because I had bought frozen guacamole and it's really good. So I thought, wow, I wonder if these avocado pits are similar to apricot pits. I wonder if they have Laetrile in them.
Oh, goodness.
Which is vitamin B17.
Again, no.
So I researched it, and guess what? Apricot.
Oh, I just heard back from at James Manhunter from Twitter that the code worked. And he said happy birthday, so thank you very much. I assume you're in the chat, and I really appreciate you sharing. And we are also going to later on give away another game. This is going to be Exapunks, EXAPUNKS. That'll be a bit later. So if you want that, don't be James Manhunter on Twitter. Be someone else, because you already won once. We're going to be doing that later, and I'll let you know what you have to do to get that. So there you go.
I have an important news announcement, and they've named the hurricane that's currently off the East Coast Bill.
Okay, it has a name now.
It's it's hurricanes. That's not good, but Bill.
I mean,
the only thing I can think of is the Bill Nye the Science Guy theme. That is all I'm thinking.
All right. Well, I am out of cold frosty beverage, and given that it is currently about 44 Celsius outside, I'm not kidding.
I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain.
It's about 44 C or about 114 Fahrenheit. I'm going to go put this on intermission, grab myself a beverage, and be back in just a little bit. So you guys sit tight, and for about 4 minutes or so, enjoy the intermission.
I want to take a moment to talk about something serious. There is a problem facing late surviving non-avian dinosaurs in modern America. Hunting is very strictly regulated, and only allowed at certain times of the year. This means that for much of the year we have to rely on farm-raised food, which means money. If you want to help a starving dinosaur, please consider donating on Patreon, or buying from my merch store. Links are in the description. Please help. Dinosaurs all over YouTube are depending on you to help them through the hunting off-season.
Oh, Nani? Dare? Oh, Ojira desu ka? Hai, Gojira-san.
All right, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. All right, so we are going to continue with this. I have myself a fresh, frosty rum and Coke. Actually, it's not Coke so much as it is much like expensive cola. But still, it's not too sweet, so it works. Because that's the thing about cola and rum and Coke. It's easy to go with something that's too sweet if you're not using Coke. Like if you use Pepsi, no, way too much. You're going to have to balance it out with like extra lime or something. Just don't do it.
If you're drinking Pepsi, period, I'm worried about you.
Well, yeah, I mean, fair. But also, let's see. Ryan Penzik, 97, said happy birthday. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot to celebrate today. I mean, I turned 150-something million years old. I got, I'm now up to almost 5.6 thousand subscribers. It's a good day. I'm giving away a few video games, because... video games. Who doesn't want a free video game? Even if you don't like it, well, it was free.
Pits have B17 in them. God gave you this cute little avocado with everything you needed to absorb the vitamin in the pit.
Is it God who gave it to us, or is it the Columbian mammoth that gave it to us? Because I think it was the Columbian mammoth via coevolution of avocados and Columbian mammoths. But sure. God gave you poison so you can absorb it.
She's already admitted that she can't digest it more than once every 3 days.
Right.
Yep. How much do you want to bet she's a creationist?
A lot. I'm pretty sure. Which, by the way, we're gonna watch one video after this, and then I'm gonna take a break to do some just some gaming on here. Just, relax a little bit. So I'm gonna have a few games to choose from. I'm thinking that I might do some maybe some Doom. I have some Doom Eternal. Could do some of that. I could do some Saurian, which is a dinosaur game. I could do some Ark, which is another dinosaur game. I could do some Factoria, which is a factory building game. So be thinking about that, guys, because when we're getting to that point, I'm going to want people to say what they would like for me to do for about an hour-ish. And then we'll get back to videos.
I want to ask you, like, you are aware of the Saurian design for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Like, no feathers. I wonder if you have any opinion on that.
I am aware, and if I play Saurian, I might get into that.
Yeah.
All right. So I went ahead and dehydrated all of the avocado pits. So I don't need I didn't need all of the apricot pits. I didn't need to order anymore, and I didn't even need them, but I didn't know it. I think if I had a dream where I was eating apricot avocado pits, I wouldn't have done it, because that doesn't seem normal.
Even if the dream were in color? See, that's the thing that is still bugging me. It's like, oh, when it's in color, that's significant. But twice now, she's been like, nah, that didn't matter.
The avocado pits are hard and weird, and I've never heard of anybody eating them before that. I probably would have thought it was a crazy dream. So, what I learned is they have... Let's see if I can't get to them in the field. So, I cut up the pits into slices. They look like a dried ear.
Oh, fun.
Actually, they look kind of like a kidney. Once I cut them up and they...
Okay, more not medical advice. Don't eat avocado pits.
Stay dehydrated. Well, I know. Do avocado also have something toxic in them? Like I think like most plants usually have something in their seeds to protect them. Yeah.
She just said that it had vitamin B17, which means it has laetrile, which means that you're going to get cyanide poisoning if you eat too much avocado.
Also avocado too? I didn't know that.
That's what she said.
Well, these are mango pits. I didn't open them until I was there. Okay, avocado.
Also, before you go on YouTube to show off your weird poisons that you eat, have them properly labeled and sorted. Just saying.
Avocado pits, mango pits, have all the pits have the... That's a mango pit. But I did dehydrate the avocado pits as well. So when I get bulk fruit and I'm freezing it or whatever that has the pits, I save the pits because I don't want to have to buy a mango just to get a pit or an avocado just to get a pit. So
okay, here's another tip. When you're displaying bits of food that's normally kept in crinkly packaging, don't keep it in the crinkly packaging for use on camera. Have it on a little plate or saucer or something and hold that up. So that way we don't have to have our ears assaulted by crinkly noises.
Oh, I know I have apricot pits in the drawer as well, but I guess I had already opened these and was using them. So cut off, there's open. And then you can kind of see in the back, there's some ground one in there too. It's ground there, and then it's not ground there. So, and these are from 2015. They're still dry. They're still great. I can't even tell you how many years ago. This was at least 10 years ago. It's over. We went in 2007, so these are over 10 years old, and they're.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that most things that are just desiccated don't have a 10-year shelf life. I don't actually know for certain, but maybe if it's been 10 years, toss it out. I mean, maybe if it's like honey.
The
Depends on
FDA
what you're
doesn't
talking about.
say it has a 10-year shelf life. So
Look, dried nuts last forever, especially if they're salted.
But these
like,
aren't salted, and they're
These
also
aren't salted.
poisonous.
and they aren't
Yeah.
properly. That's not saying they're properly dried either. Like,
Yeah, that's
they
the other
still
thing.
nuts still have oils in them, and the oils in them can go rancid.
Yeah.
That's why walnuts and almonds have expiration dates.
Still
'Cause
fine.
The
I
oils.
just pop one in, and it tastes just like I just got it. I keep them in the fridge, in the drawer,
So it tastes like poison. Like some
and they're great. Same with the avocado pits. I just slice them thin. You have to use a sharp knife. They're kind of hard, so be careful if you're going to do this.
Or just don't. That's an option. Just don't.
And what I did, and then dehydrated them, and then I just but the thing is these are huge pits, and they're very potent, and so are the avocado pits, and so you don't need a lot. Like, I don't need a ton. I'll put in, that's why I cut them in slices, but then I'll break off a piece or chop off it's easier if you chop them in small pieces, because then you can just put a few little pieces in to the grinder and grind them. So any kind of pit, pretty much, but research it, because you want to make sure you do what you do, and you research what you want to research and study out what you want to study out, and go from there. So the avocado pits, apricot pits, peach pits, plum pits, nectarine pits, I've eaten them all. Mango pit.
Don't do that, guys.
I'm reading something from a website which says cancer cells have an enzyme that releases the cyanide in amygdalin, which kills the cancer cells. Healthy cells do not contain this enzyme and thus are not harmed by the amygdalin.
Yeah.
All this is verified in scientific papers. No citation given. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So it actually turns out that enzyme is present in all cells at about the same levels.
Yeah.
So no.
Yeah. So just blatantly lying or getting it secondarily, basically.
Yeah.
That's bitter taste, and they work great for me. And I always eat them with a half of an avocado and a little bit of ground pepper and cayenne pepper on them. So that's the history.
I mean, except for the poison, that actually sounds like something I would try. I might actually later on go try avocado with like salt, pepper, and cayenne pepper, because that actually sounds like it could be tasty. But I like spicy stuff, so I don't know. Your mileage might vary.
I like cayenne pepper. It's good and stuff.
I'll share with you what else I ate and took at the time. That
really
helped
adds some
me.
spice
So
to life.
if you want to know that, just watch one of my other videos. This video is on the ECFT, and I guess I can do them all together. Actually, it's all kind of together. I was going to do one, then the other, but
all right. She's now just
since I
rambling about stuff, so we're gonna stop her here. I'm gonna actually turn the capture of StreamYard off for a little bit, while I get the next movie. So give me a second. We're going to remove you.
Or can I share in the meantime something that I have also shown you before? Let's see here. Let's see. I'm very proud of this actually. I saw like from our previous stream about languages, I somehow got inspired to make this meme. It's really, yeah. Maybe it's still maybe too big to show it all at once.
Oh, thank you, Destiny. Oh, it just needs more memes based on it.
Yeah.
I saw the movie in theaters when I was like when I was a child. What year did that movie come out? Let me double check.
Yeah, it's of course it's not one of the well. Yeah, it's yeah. Oh, I will start from the beginning.
This next one comes from Jane Goodall sees intelligent design, but misses God's image.
From Atlantis.
So this is talking about Jane Goodall. Most people are familiar with her. She's very famous for living.
Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. Weird stuff happening. But yeah, there's the thing there again. Share video file. Try and find this again, because for some reason it's just not showing up, and it should be. But, oh, can you reshare the?
Oh, sorry, hold on. Yeah, where is it? Oh yeah. Do I reshare it or stop sharing?
Oh, you do whatever you want. I'm still looking for this. Okay, so we got. Oh, there it is.
I was.
It was hiding in plain sight.
This next one comes from Christian Headlines. Jane Goodall sees intelligent design, but misses God's image. So this is talking about Jane Goodall. Most people are familiar with her. She's very famous for living with chimpanzees and studying them and giving all.
Okay, so here's an admission I have to make. A little while ago, like maybe 4 or 5 months ago, I was talking about Jane Goodall, and for some reason, I was absolutely convinced that she had died. I had a distinct memory of reading about it and being like, oh, that sucks. And then apparently, nope, that was all just fake. That didn't happen.
Happens to all of us, mate.
I know, but I was like, why in the world would I just make up that Jane Goodall died and convince myself of it? I have no idea. Like,
it's the Mandela effect.
Yep. Oh, hey, Duke Ellington is here. He says, congrats, my dino friend. You're E-famous now. Thank you. Which, by the way, I linked to Duke Ellington's Twitter, or not Twitter, his Twitch, because he streams every once in a while. So now, if he stream more regularly, I would say check him out. But of course, anyway. So here we go.
kinds of new information about chimpanzees that scientists didn't know. And she recently won the 2021 Templeton Prize, which is a prize that, according to the article, honors those who harness the power of the sciences to explore the deepest questions of the universe and humankind's place and purpose within it. So that's why she won this, due to her work regarding that. And they go on to quote her, and they talk about how when she worked with chimps, she got this strong feeling of spiritual connection with the natural world, and that there has to be an intelligence behind.
Oh, okay. So hold on. Duke Ellington also said that he thought she was dead, so maybe it was a hoax on the internet. That could be. It might be that I just fell for a hoax. I mean, it can happen, right? I'm not perfect. And also, we have for $2 from Surf, which I'm hoping I pronounced correctly. Happy birthday with a birthday cake emoji. Thank you very much, Surf. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate all the support you guys have for me, because it really is a big deal, every single bit. Yeah. So here we go.
Universe, because chance mutations couldn't possibly lead to the complexity of life. So she's kind of has some kind of view of intelligent design there. Doesn't point to who that designer might be or anything like that, but just kind of vague spiritual connection.
You know, the thing is, like, look, I'm not going to tell you what to draw spiritual meaning from. That's not why I'm here. If Jane Goodall wants to draw spiritual meaning from her work with chimpanzees, that's great. Maybe I do too. I'm not even interested in letting anyone know. But what I do kind of have a problem with is these guys being like, no, she's not allowed to do that. She's not allowed to draw spiritual connections because they disagree with ours. I'm like, okay, that's great.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because she spent a lot of time with the apes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so on. And she tries to make out in this article that, you know, basically we're just like apes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they go on to quote her talking about that. Yeah, she downplays the uniqueness of human beings. And she talks about how when she was a kid, she like heard that, you know, humans and apes are totally different.
Accepting that humans are part of a larger group of organisms does not mean you deny their uniqueness. Like if they know that humans are mammals, does that somehow mean that humans are not unique among mammals? And by extension, humans are unique among the apes, and also chimpanzees are unique among the apes, etc.
Yeah, so no, it doesn't mean that at all. All species are unique, because to be a species, you kind of have to be unique.
Well, more a genera, because species concept kind of don't work, but hey.
Among the species where species concepts can actually be pretty rigorously applied, they kind of do, though. Yeah. And the thing is, even to be called another species, even if you do form a bit of a species continuum, there's still something distinctive about your species from other species, right? It's even true for subspecies. You wouldn't name a subspecies if there wasn't something unique about it.
Perhaps a better way of putting it is every lineage is unique.
That might work, yeah.
No way. No apple is definitively identical.
Yeah. The Venerable Bede asks if I was sure I wasn't thinking of Diane Fossey. The answer is, I'm sure that I wasn't thinking of that name, but I might have conflated her death with Jane Goodall's death. So, that's a distinct possibility. I'll put that out there. That is a distinct possibility.
I think it's one of those things where it's like, is intelligent design true? No, there's no evidence of it.
Yeah.
Can you draw a spiritual meaning from chimpanzees or really any source you want? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, have fun.
Nothing wrong with that.
Different kind, humans and animals, different kind. And she's like, well, I could see my dog has, you know, a personality, mind, emotion. So she didn't agree with that. And so she's a supporter of like the Great Apes Personhood Project, which tries to give apes human rights.
Which is interesting. Right here we see people trying to give apes rights. Yeah. And then in the article before, they're trying to murdering
children.
Yeah, the article before was about abortion. I cut most of that out because I don't want that. It's the topic of discussion. But here's the thing. Even if we go ahead and say that abortion is in fact murder, even if we go there, that doesn't also mean that apes don't deserve, other non-human apes don't deserve some rights, right? Like, those are not the same question.
It's basically whataboutism, or specifically, what about the children?
Right. So
the children.
The question of great ape personhood and the question of abortion do not have any strong connections. Now, the one connection that you can go with is, how do we define personhood? And that is actually an interesting discussion that you can have, and it has implications for both grade 8 personhood and abortion. But the fact is that there are ways that you could define personhood which would exclude unborn fetuses up to a certain point at least, while including adult grade apes as persons.
So I really like the freeze, like the face of the freeze frame of the one on the left. Like it's
it's a good face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's actually
none of them will actually ever convey the actual nuance of such discussion of the nuances of those points between abortion and personhood in great apes.
And Silver Harlow says, for $5, happy birthday, happy Hatch Day, Dapper. You don't look a day over 120 million. Well, thank you. That's very flattering. That's because I take good care of my scales.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's just totally instant. Here's what she says, though. She says that I was actually taught in the early 1960s the difference between us and animals was one of a kind. We're elevated onto a pinnacle, separate from all others. But my dog, as a child, had already taught me that wasn't true. We're not the only beings with personalities, minds, and emotions. And so here's what's interesting. At the Cincinnati Zoo,
confused creationist
one
noises.
of her quotes on the side, all in the family. And notice it says Jane Goodall, right? She's the one that got this prize because, you know, she lived with the apes and learned a lot about them. And here's what they quote for her. We are not, after all, the only beings with personalities, rational thought, and emotion.
Oh, so German Furman asks how long the stream is going to go. So I budgeted about 5 hours for this. At this rate, it might actually go a little bit longer because I'm also planning to do a little bit of about an hour or so of gaming in the middle of it. So this might end up being on to like 6 or so hours. Because you know what, this is an event. I want everyone in lots of different time zones to be able to come in. I want people who are, you know, regular guests on the channel to be able to drop in and drop out. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. And that's one of the reasons why I'm going to do some gaming in the middle, because I can only take so much stupidity all at once.
Okay, so I know where they're going with this. Oh, animals can't have personalities, thought, or emotions. That's just us applying our biases to them. Which, to a degree, yes, we do apply our idea of personalities, emotions, and thought to animals, or rather other animals. But like, as far as personalities go, we know basically all mammals have different personalities, have personality traits to them. Your dog will have a personality. Even lizards, to a degree, can have their own little quirks about what they like and what they don't.
Yeah.
So, like, and we know that other animals, like apes and elephants, have emotions. So, like...
Oh, and Ugly German Truth says, no, those are not scales at Dapper Dino, but I cannot remember the name for the skin divisions that Your Dinosaurs Are Wrong always uses. Okay, so these are reticulae
scutes
and scutes. I have reticulae and scutes, but here's the thing. In common English parlance, both reticulae and scutes are just scales. So I don't feel the need to always say reticulae and scutes because those are words that many people do not understand. So technically, yes, they are in fact scutes and reticulae.
I think that the main difference in lizard and snakes, the squamates, of course snakes are lizards too. But the main difference in the scales, or the actual scales, are like that they are overlapping with each other. And that's the main difference between those scales and the scutes and reticulae of like archosaurs.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, and thank you very much, Lamb, before time for the happy birthday wishes. Yeah, look, this is a really great day to celebrate. I mean, 5,000 subscribers and the day after the birthday, so it's working out great. But here we go. We're going to keep going.
There is no sharp line dividing us from the chimpanzees and the other apes. We humans are part of and not separate from the animal kingdom.
I mean, there's the species line that you can draw, which does divide humans from the other great apes, but it doesn't move them out of being great apes, and you can equally divide any of the other great apes from the others.
Yeah.
So
it's like I like the analogy of P.G. Myers with the donut and the sprinkles. If you add sprinkles to a donut, it does not make it no longer a donut. It's still a donut.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's no sharp line between the apes and us. Of course, if you then sort of turn your camera to the side, you can take a picture there at the zoo and see there's no sharp line between us.
Oh, guys, by Ken Ham logic, people in prison aren't real humans, because if you can put it in a cage, apparently it's not a human anymore. Yeah, great logic.
The way America especially are treating criminals, it's almost like they are not humans, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not going to find me defending the United States criminal justice system.
Look, guys, they get paid money so they aren't slaves, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works, right? Oh.
Yeah.
But these are some bold words coming from a man that looks like a chimpanzee.
Seriously?
Yes.
One of my favorite things about Ken Ham is that he just straight up looks like a chimpanzee. Like there's
that's not an insult.
No.
I think it's endearing.
I have nothing against chimpanzees. In fact, if anything, it's an insult to chimpanzees.
I have seen like a picture of Ken Ham alongside the picture of like the Caesar, the ape emperor from the Planet of the Apes, the Tim Burton remake. Yeah,
there's a noticeable family resemblance right there. I think we just broke Dakota. Dakota broke, guys. Sorry, I broke him.
Oh.
And the apes.
I'm trying to recover.
Which is why they have that big, strong cage there that you're not allowed to go into the ape enclosure, and warnings not to, because they're likely to kill you.
They're actually not that likely to kill you, but it's certainly a possibility, and you have no effective way to defend yourself against a rampaging gorilla. So,
the ones that are likely to kill you are the large silverbacks, because they're territorial.
Like pictured.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
like, it's.
But here's the thing.
What do you expect? They're not exactly like us. They're extremely similar. That is what's being said.
But you know what animal kills the most humans?
Humans.
Yeah.
Hippos.
Yeah. No, it's humans by a lot.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Hippos
are a distant second in terms of animals that kill humans.
But there's no sharp.
There's no sharp line.
No.
I mean, how ridiculous.
Yeah.
When you look at
argument from laughter.
Yeah, it points to the worldview differences. Like she says, "Oh, animals have personalities, minds, emotions." That's the only thing that separates us. And as if those things are equal, like the mind, emotion, and personality of a dog is the same as that of a human, but totally missing the.
No, she didn't say it was the same as a human. It's on a gradient, right? So dogs have somewhat human-like personalities and minds. Chimpanzees have significantly more so.
Oh yeah. It's just for a moment.
Magnificent.
Okay.
Biblical truth. We're made in the image of God. Like ultimately, there are a lot of things that separate us from the animals, of course, but ultimately it's that we're made in the image of God. That's the ultimate thing that separates us from the animals. It's how we've been made. But because she doesn't embrace the biblical view of creation and the word of God, she's going to miss that.
I love how you're looking at the person who has done more research on chimpanzees than probably any human to have ever lived. And you're like, she doesn't know what she's talking about because she didn't read the Bible enough. Like, no, that's probably not what happened there. Just gonna go out on a limb and say that Jane Goodall is her problem is not insufficient Bible reading when it comes to the connection between humans and chimpanzees.
What's interesting in this article, they quote from National Geographic. They released a documentary recently by James Cameron entitled Secrets of the Whales. And here's what they claim in that documentary, that whales have culture, language, and self-awareness, making them just like us.
I mean...
So, language is iffy. They definitely have culture. We know that because we can see different pods conducting different learned behaviors that they then pass on to their offspring, which is the definition of culture. It is transmission of knowledge and behaviors through learning.
I distinctly remember that there was one group of orcas who developed a culture of hunting sharks. That's really weird.
I mean, orcas do a lot of different things, and it's interesting because they very clearly enjoy screwing with us. See the amount of times orcas have just kind of gone up and bumped ships because they do that.
Yeah.
It's like the language one is of course iffy, but they clearly have a rather advanced communication system.
Well, like even if they don't have even if they don't technically have languages, they do have recognizable accents of whatever pseudo language they have.
Yeah.
So I'm actually not even willing to say that they don't have language. What I'm just going to say is we can't say that they do, right? I'm going to be agnostic on the proposition that whales have language. I cannot say that I believe that they do, but I also can't say I believe that they don't. We don't know enough.
They do communicate on some level.
Oh, absolutely.
Not is the language? That's iffy. Yeah.
Hey, fun fact. The USS Enterprise NCC 1701-D had an entire department called Cetacean Ops that housed a number of whales and dolphins.
Yeah.
You don't ever see them in the show, but they are mentioned at least once, and you can look at many signs in the interior that direct you towards Cetacean Ops.
Whales and dolphins. Seems a bit redundant.
Yeah. I think I'm going to give my opinion on the cetacean language matter, if you don't mind.
I do mind. No, go ahead.
I think it's likely that they do have language. I'm not going to say that it's definitive, though, as there isn't the evidence for that.
You know what? That's what I say to you, TD Lane.
Yeah, all the whale culture. I mean, it's just the beautiful cities that they build and the computers they have.
That's not how culture is defined.
Yeah, because culture means cities and computers. I guess if you're a hunter-gatherer, you don't have a culture.
Yeah, those are technologies.
Every civilization before 1950 didn't count because they didn't have computers.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry, but if you don't know what culture, how it's defined, please shut up and stop talking about it if you're going to judge what a culture is and whatnot. Because if you say a culture doesn't have cities, then congrats, you've ruled out most of the Native Americans as having cultures.
Although not as many as you think. There are a number of city ruins in North America that people don't always know about. But
they've still ruled out a lot.
Yep.
Like, a ridiculously large amount of Native American, African, and Asian culture.
Yeah.
In a good chunk of pre-large sedentary Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, good job.
The art that the whales make, it's just like ours.
The internet that they wave.
Whenever you go out on a boat whale watching, you want to sit down and have a picnic with them.
For sure.
So it's interesting.
Ham's interjections are always the stupidest crap. He has nothing interesting to say.
Well, he's just Kent Hovind of a bigger organization. That's what it is.
No, Kent Hovind is more entertaining than Ken Ham.
Yeah, he's the worst Kent Hovind.
Here's the thing. Dolphins actually use, or at least some of them use tools. Like there are dolphins who use like sponges to they dig up food from the seafloor, and they use the sponges to protect their noses. Well, they dig.
Yeah. And alternately, they don't use tools and just get high off of pufferfish.
I mean that. Like
actually, I have heard some things contesting the high off pufferfish, so I'm not as confident on that one as I am anymore. As I used to be, sorry.
But like, it's one of those things where they aren't even going for the obvious. Well, their culture isn't exactly the same as humans, so they don't have culture. No, they're going for they don't have modern technologies. Or do things humans do, so they don't have culture.
Which is the stupidest
easily an awful argument.
But it's also very insulting. Like their own the standard that they use would also separate some humans, like the hunter-gatherers or tribal humans. Like it's how can you not see that?
Yeah.
If you don't have internet, you don't have culture.
Yeah.
It goes on and says, at no point does the series acknowledge the irony of making such a claim while only humans hold the cameras, breathe from scuba gear, and engage in scientific reasoning, or sit in their living rooms and reflect on what all this means.
All things humans haven't always done, but they still had culture.
I mean, it's interesting, though. From an evolutionary perspective, they're all consistent, right? From an evolutionary perspective, we're related to all the animals. And of course, the animal rights activists today, because we're related to the animals, you shouldn't eat animals. Actually, according to evolution,
that is not the basis for animal rights.
No.
The basis for animal rights is that animals are also sentient beings in the sense that they have a perception of their environment and they can feel things like pain or anxiety. And therefore, because they have these sensations, they are moral agent, or at least moral entities who should be considered when it comes to morality. The reason that you don't expand this to anything else like plants or bacteria is because they're not sentient beings. But let's see where Ken Ham goes.
we're related to the plants, so they shouldn't eat plants either.
Of course.
Which was
It was never about being related, Ken. I called him Kent. All right, Ken, look. You can have a variety of opinion. I know. You can have a wide range of opinions, I think, legitimately on animal rights, right? You can have, like, my stance is, I don't think we should unnecessarily cause suffering in animals. However, I don't think that their suffering rises to the same moral level as, say, human suffering, because generally, they are much less intelligent and much less aware of themselves and their surroundings. But that still means you shouldn't be abusing them. But I don't think it's automatically abuse to, say, kill a chicken for food. Now, is it abuse to keep it inside a little tiny cage with sunlight 24 hours a day for its entire, 3-year lifespan because you bred it to die fast? Yeah, that has a fair argument for being animal abuse. But am I going to go as far as, say, veganism and say that, free-range cattle are slaves? No, I don't. And look, also, I'm not going to really go into the whole debate.
Yeah.
But, you can have a whole big range. But at no point does it depend on they're related to us. In fact, even grade 8 personhood doesn't depend on relatedness, because there's also a move for cetacean personhood, but there isn't a move for, say, cow personhood. You know why? It's because cetaceans have a similar intelligence to, say, great apes. But cows, who are just as closely related to humans as cetaceans, don't. So, yeah.
To say nothing of a cephalopod personhood.
I mean, I don't know of any movements for cephalopod personhood, but if there are any, again, it's because of how intelligent and self-aware they seem to be.
It's not the problem of the animal rights act.
Also, I might be okay with elephant personhood. I'm a little bit iffy on all the personhood arguments, but the ones that I would seriously consider are non-human apes, cetaceans, and elephants.
Yeah. If they stop eating plants as well as animals, that will be the end of them.
But yeah, it really points to how you have to have your thinking on God's word. Otherwise, you're left with this idea that we're no different from the animals, and whales have the same.
You know, we're seeing more and more what happens when evil in our culture and people who reject God's word, they're being unmasked. And you can see more and more
evil.
Really
Okay. So wanting to give great apes and cetaceans personhood is evil. What is your definition of evil?
Right. So
cue the SpongeBob scene for evil.
Look, even if you disagree with the arguments for grade 8 personhood, it's hard to see how saying, "Hey, let's not keep great apes captive and use them for experiments," is per se evil, right? How do you come to that conclusion? Maybe it's not evil to do those things, but refraining from them isn't evil. It's just I don't know. I don't think that there's a moral okay, we'll go with something Ken Ham thinks, right? I doubt Ken Ham thinks that it's evil to eat pork. Being a Protestant Christian, he probably has no problem with eating pork. But I don't think that he would say it's evil if you abstain from pork. If you're just nah, I don't eat pork, I don't think he's gonna be oh, that's evil. He might think it's silly, but evil is a pretty strong word, dude.
I think the problem is oh, I'm not special. That is evil.
Maybe that is it.
Yeah, I guess.
I could buy that as the reason.
Yeah.
I just have trouble imagining being someone. And I remember even when I was a young Earth creationist, I don't think I would have thought that grade 8 personhood is evil. I might have thought it was silly, But there's a big difference.
That's why the Bible says the fool has said in his heart there is no God. And professing to be wise, they become fools. You see the foolishness of all that's being said, and the foolishness of a lot of our politicians and other things they're saying, like Joe Biden saying females can do everything a male can do. What a load of nonsense. I mean, females are different
okay, then. Way to be transparent there.
I mean, I guess you could make the argument that there are certain biological functions that you have to be of a particular sex to perform.
Yeah, he wasn't specifying there, was he?
I don't know what the context was for Joe Biden's claim.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But there, of course, the context of when someone says, "Oh, a woman can do whatever a man can do," like they aren't saying like, "Oh, a woman can produce sperm," or at least cis woman. But yeah, it's
there are certain people who you're never going to get pregnant. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was the context.
No. Like it's more like
if there's how many different genders? I don't know.
Who knows?
Something like that. I was just, I'm gonna, in Kentucky, we now have the ability to get what's called our real IDs on our driver's licenses, and which is because I don't know some way it's set up differently.
Going to the transphobia.
That done by a certain date, you can't use them as.
Well, I love how we've jumped from Jane Goodall to Real ID, and it's just like, what does this have to do with anything, dude? Like,
all I can think of is like, okay, so you've gone the Real ID, which is trying to actually be IDs instead of using Social Security for everything, because we use Social Security IDs for everything that we shouldn't use them for. Yeah,
and animals are intelligent. Biden says women can do things men can do. How many genders are there?
And Real IDs, all of these things, intimately linked.
Yeah.
You know what? I haven't seen
just
this.
Rambling.
So I cut out the first few bits because I intentionally cut out the first few bits because it was just like abortion, and I do not want to have an abortion discussion. I just don't.
Especially since we only have 4 guys here to discuss it. That's really not appropriate.
I don't even care. It could be a panel of all women. That's not what I want on my channel. I don't want an abortion debate on here. I don't care who's in it. But yeah, this whole thing where like Real ID, like, who cares, Ken? It's not related. These things are not all linked. Here we go.
On flying and all that. But anyway, I was noticing that you have to have proof of your ID and so on. It says if you've changed your gender, they want proof of that too. So you're starting to get all these nonsense statements.
How dare they ask for medical evidence of medical procedures that you want to be reflected in? Does Ken Ham want anyone to be able to put down any gender on their Real ID? Is that what he's advocating for? Because that's what it sounds like. But that doesn't sound like him.
If I hadn't gotten it already, I'd put a attack helicopter on there.
Okay.
But the thing is, like Ken Ham, to me, he has a very black and white worldview. Like anything that he opposes is part of the same godless, atheistic worldview. Like that's why they lump all everything like from Big Bang to abiogenesis to evolution into one category too, and also of course the political stuff as well. But yeah.
Yes, I am a 815 Crusader free. That is my gender.
Yeah.
In all these documents and so on. It's pretty sad to see the way the culture is going. But it's what I think God has done? He's allowing us to see evil for what it really is. We're seeing
there's
only 2 foundations.
Transgender is evil.
There's only 2 religions ultimately. That's what I talk about in the book, God's word or man's word.
There's only 2 religions, guys.
Only 2 religions. Okay. Cool. What about everybody else who says they have God?
What did I just say? A very black and white worldview.
Yep.
Only 2.
Yeah. There are no grays.
Yep.
The thing is, okay, but the thing that gets me here is like, okay, Ken, you know that say Jews or Muslims or Baha'i or Zoroastrians or most religions out there,
or hell, Catholics.
Well, I mean, I don't think Ken Ham says that Catholics aren't Christians, so I think he would lump them under Christians.
Well,
but they're Mormons.
Those are all religions that the devil made up.
Yeah, he probably does not consider Mormons Christians. But anyway, it's like all of these people also don't claim that they're based on man's word, right? Like they have, like, oh, you know, the gods or God or whomever helped reveal this information. So all you're doing is alienating potential allies. Because if you're going to fight against the godless secularists, then, you know, maybe the Jews of America might be an ally in that, at least the ones who are religious Jews. But no.
I'm sorry, Ken Ham, but Christianity is just derived Judaism. Please accept your place. See, if you define Christianity as Judaism, and Jews are the most populous religion,
because there's more in the Broadway, we're now seeing the
but neither Christians nor Jews tend to want to do that.
Yeah,
consequences of that, because there was a veneer of the Judeo-Christian ethic that permeated our culture, but the younger generations have ripped that veneer off, and now we're seeing what the real world is like. And do you like it? Not very nice, is it? But
I mean, hunger is down, poverty is down, violent crime is down. So far, so good.
I think Mr. Wilford is right. They do just want to return to medieval Europe, or rather pre-secular.
Medieval Europe, but they also want to have a Christian version of Google.
Yeah, it's like.
What is your preferred time? Coincidentally around the time when women didn't vote? Curious.
Well, if they want to go back to medieval Europe, they're at a point where virtually no one voted on anything.
Yeah. Everything's decided by the just king, or rather his nobles, because the king doesn't actually have much power in medieval Europe.
Plus town councils for cities.
Oh yes,
you can't forget
the guilds.
So, but that is actually an interesting thing that people don't often remember about medieval Europe, was that cities had their own like city council, and they were not usually answerable to a lord, and they usually had some sovereign powers even against the king. Because the thing is, the king and the lords need those cities. They cannot do without them, and they don't have the power usually to take them on their own.
As it turns out, castles aren't actually all that formidable compared to cities. Cities are usually the formidably fortified places.
Castles are basically forts where someone lives.
Yes, that is what they are.
Yeah.
They're basically a pretty derived castrum, if anything.
Castles are only powerful in one direction, inwards. Yeah.
It's a reminder of what the real world is like without God.
I actually like that.
Yeah. You know, somebody said here that they're actually cooking while they're watching Answers News.
They can cook up some cicadas then, maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, hit 1 if you guys are cooking while you're watching Dapper Dino.
Someone said that someone that worked with her brought some cicadas cookies.
Ew. I wonder if that person was very popular at work.
Somebody said,
our culture doesn't eat insects, therefore it's gross. That's not how it works.
Excuse me, Dapper. Seeing how a lot of crustaceans turned out to be hexapods, I'm not sure if lobsters fall for this. But if you've ever eaten lobster,
hold on. Which crustaceans that weren't known to be hexapods turned out to be hexapods? Because hexapoda is a clade within crustacea.
Yeah.
But
insects are crustaceans. Yeah.
Nearly all of the commonly eaten crustaceans in Western culture are decapods.
Yep.
In fact, worldwide, nearly all the commonly eaten crustaceans are decapods. The only exception that I know of that has significant numbers outside of insects are mantis shrimp. There are a fair few cultures that eat mantis shrimp, which are not decapods, but they're close. And then, of course, there's Antipophagus cultures which do, in fact, eat insects. And they're fairly common. I mean, lots of Southeast Asian and some East Asian areas eat insects. A lot of places in Africa eat insects. In fact, actually, in a video that I just made and uploaded today, which should be out for patrons either today or tomorrow, there is an area that I mentioned, and I don't go into it, but that area, some of the people there, in fact, rely heavily on brine flies for some of their food.
To be honest, if you like de-shelled basically a scorpion, I'd eat scorpion. There you go.
I mean, most of them are pretty tiny for you to de-shell them as an option, but
Yeah, I write science fiction, which is the only place where Jane Goodall's science can be a reality in fiction. I agree with that. Totally agree with that.
I'm not even going to
All right,
comment. That's
this
just
next
stupid.
one. Most intense burst of evolution ever seen. Fossil secret may shed light on origins of many of Earth's first animals. We got a paleontology one for Gabby. So this is talking about the Burgess Shale. So what's the Burgess Shale? It's in Canada, which is cool because it's an important spot.
Oh, this is they talk about the Burgess Shell. It's a result of a Cambrian explosion that happened 505 million years.
Did she just say Burgess Shell?
Did she say that?
I think it might just be an artifact of the video, honestly, and their subpar microphones.
Like I don't have I cannot complain about anybody mispronouncing terms, but yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
You speak mangled German, of course you can.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about pronunciation, right? There are usually for most words a few official ways to pronounce it, but like it's not that big a deal. If you're understood, then you've overcome the most important hurdle of being of pronunciation.
Yes.
Ago, based on their evolutionary ideas, and they just show all those animals coming up and being complex and functioning and everything perfect right there. And what they were found is,
are they?
They believe that all those fossils live together in the same community, and in the reality, it didn't happen. They just they were buried in the same place.
We don't know for sure they live there. Yeah.
A lot of times in the evolutionist textbook.
Can you pause it, please? The type deposits that the Burgess Shale are, it's that a underwater landslide took stuff from further up and deposited it further down. So where they lived was up on the continental shelf, further up on it, but they got deposited further down on it.
Which means
literally just that.
Which means they were from the same community.
Yeah, they were just from a different area of it. It's like, are you dumb?
The answer to that
or
is
are you
yes.
just deliberately lying about the information?
Ooh, yeah, I don't know actually. I would go with dumb
it's
first.
AIG. I'm betting in the latter.
I looked up the article and it actually links the original paper from Nature. You can look up the actual paper. Yeah, I put it in the private chat, and if anybody who has a wrench can put it in the public.
Can do.
Yeah, thank you.
What you taught at schools, because I was a science teacher in public schools in Australia for a number of years, what they would say is when you find all these fossils together, like you do in the Burgess Shale, they say, that represents all these animals, plants, and so on that all live.
No, they say that when it indicates that, right? If there were a big terrestrial flood that washed in a whole bunch of weird animals, we probably wouldn't say that. In fact, we don't when we do have such fossil beds.
Together. What's interesting, when I was a teacher, I would teach students, when you find fossils together, do you know they lived together, died together, or are buried together?
He really is.
The only one thing you know is they were buried together.
Yep.
No, you do know that they were buried together. That's fair. But you can also know if they lived together. Because some types of deposits don't tend to wash things from multiple environments into the same area. Weird, right? Like if you have like a shallow, or sorry, like a lacustrine deposit, right? That is, say, like fine grain siltstone or something, right? Yeah, it's very unlikely that animals from significantly different environments are going to get washed in there. You're going to get the lake animals and the animals from land near the lake. There you go.
Find them together. You don't know they live together.
Well, and plants too.
They could have lived a long way apart. You don't know that they died together. They could have died at different times.
They probably did die at different times in most deposits.
Could have been brought in there. And just to show that when you see fossils together, it doesn't mean you can reconstruct their environment.
Right.
Actually, many times it does. And Jacob Maston points out two really great examples, the Hell Creek and the Morrison, which, neither of which were deposited by the kind of things that tend to sweep up organisms and shove them into distant locations.
Yeah.
In fact, I would say most of the fossil records from the flood.
Yeah.
So it just brought all these creatures and sorted them out and so on.
Yeah.
You know what this article is saying in here?
Yeah, no, the flood the flood cannot explain virtually anything. Now, you could point to actual flood deposits. Oh, bye, Dakota.
Bye, Dakota.
You could point to actual flood deposits, which are well known in the fossil record, and say, aha, okay, that's great, but what about all the things that can't be formed by a flood? Which, by the way, is what my next series of videos is about. Again, I'm doing another flood section. But this time, it's by CMI Canada.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you say everything can be made by the flood, no matter what. What falsifies it then?
Yeah.
You haven't shown experimental data that shows it can do this stuff. You haven't given good reasoning for it, and there's stuff that is outright contradictory that can't be formed by the same event. You say was formed by a worldwide flood. Am I looking at aeolian deposits and evaporites? Yes, I am.
Yeah, I mean those really are very impossible. It just doesn't work. All right, so it is 4:30. I'm going to announce another giveaway. So this one is going to be the same. Except that at John Huntman from Twitter can't win this one. So here's what I want you guys to do. Someone who, by the way, isn't on the panel, because that's nepotism. TD Lane, I do appreciate it, but yeah.
I was gonna tweet it out anyways. I just forgot.
Oh, that's fair. But someone who isn't on the panel or a regular guest of mine. So like, if Gutsick Gibbon is watching and she decides to share this, sorry, Gutsick Gibbon, but. Yeah, there's a little bit too close of a connection there, so I can't reasonably say that you're eligible. But yeah, so someone else.
I don't need free games anyways. I have so many.
Fair enough. Tweet this out, and you're gonna get so share a link to this tweet on Twitter, and share a link to this tweet. No, share a link to this stream, and you will get a Steam. Well, one of you who does this will get a Steam code to Exapunks. And I will read the description here. Let's see. The year is 1997. You used to be a hacker, but now you have the phage. You made a deal. 1 hack, 1 dose. There's nothing left to lose except your life. So it is a hacking simulator game. And the background story is that, yeah, you have a horrible disease. And if you complete these hacking tasks, you'll get the dose to help treat the disease for long enough for you to get to the next hack. So there you go.
I've read some of the paper in question. It talks about like a specific bed within the Borgia shell, which is formed by underwater flows or like turbulent flows, which could have carried some organisms from several kilometers away from the original spot of where they died. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, but then they argued that the fossils found in that particular bed doesn't necessarily form a in-place community.
Right.
But yeah, right.
All right. So you guys have about 27 minutes to stream that and to link that on Twitch and get a Steam key for Exapunks. And yeah, go ahead. If no one gets the Steam key for Exapunks, I will randomly assign it to whoever I want. So take that. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Well, no longer should we be saying that when you dig up fossils that they all live together. Mm-hmm. Now, what they're actually saying here is that these could have been in different places. These flows could have picked up animals from multiple places, moved across the seafloor, then dropped them all together in one place. So now they're changing their mind and going to the opposite of what they would be teaching in the second.
I don't know when anyone has ever said that like when 2 fossils are found, they are they live together at exactly the same time. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, so there's this thing called a vertical extent of the stratum, and if something is at a significantly different vertical extent, you usually assume that it lived later, unless it's like a very, very rapidly deposited sediment. So, if it's like a turbidite or tuff, which tuff is it's basically the rock that ash turns into when it falls through the air onto the ground after a volcanic eruption.
Can I seem to think like if you found 2 fossils at in the same layer, then we assume they live together. But They could in that sense, but then if we find more evidence, probably. But if you find more evidence, for example, like with if you found like Triceratops and T-Rex, which have a similar range, both temporally and spatially, similar range in time and place, and we also have like evidence of direct interaction, like we have Triceratops with bite marks of T-Rex. So,
right.
Yeah. I mean, like, you can't have scavenging in the middle of a flood. That's for one. You can't have evaporites in the middle of a flood because, well, your water has to subside for that for a significant amount of time. It has to evaporate away. And remember that they're saying that, yeah, the world was flooded for months on end. There was no land.
Yeah.
So, like, okay, you can't have evaporites. Congrats. And even then, it's like where they'd expect to have evaporates is at the very top and only at the top, and that's not where they are.
Yeah.
They are everywhere. Go figure.
The textbook.
Yeah, as I was talking, when I was talking here, that they assumed, because of their worldview, they assumed that because they were so well preserved, excuse me, they were not transported. But now when they go and they do the research and apply those principles in the lab, it doesn't work. It just works the other way around.
I love how, because they think it kind of supports their position, now they're very happy to take the conclusions of geologists. But all the times that it completely contradicts their conclusion, nah, forget about that.
Yeah. It's still perfectly fine for us because we actually accept geology.
Yeah.
So, like, okay, whatever.
What it just shows that they could be transported and no problem because
so we're not looking at communities when we see layers.
No,
we might be looking at creatures from all over the place.
One other thing I think is important. It's called the Cambrian explosion, and
I mean, it's not usually called the Cambrian explosion right now in like real literature, but yeah, sure, it's still a colloquial term in common use.
Cambrian explosion. You know, they say
also. Venerable Betty brings up a good point, BD. They landed on a stratovolcano that would have just formed because of rapid plate tectonics. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. All those mountains in the northern Middle East, there's a lot of volcanoes there, and most of those are formed because of the plate tectonics of the Arabian plate colliding with the Asian plate. Asian plate.
I've been looking something up, and it turns out that the particular bed of which the paper is talking about, they already knew that these fossils were transported by some process, but they used to think they were only transported a little bit, not very far away from where they originally died. But this recent paper extended that range. So it's not like they always thought they were buried in place, but not really.
Yeah.
I was going to say, it's like, I've heard quite well that they were known to be transported because, of course, it's a flume. And it's like, oh, no, you're just lying about it because you didn't do enough reading in, or B, and you don't care because it makes your argument look worse.
Okay.
I don't know what I expected. These are people that have Andrew Stelling on call.
Yeah, that's true. He's very dishonest.
He's here talking about this. Oh, wait, it's because you don't want to bring out people that know what they're talking about.
So I actually don't know how the selection process goes for Answers News, but as far as I know, Snelling has never been on it.
That's unsurprising.
Most intense burst of evolution. Really, it's the most intense burst of life. If you want, because Abby, you're the paleontologist, but in the for the Cambrian explosion, don't they find nearly every phyla? Nearly every phyla.
It's right there.
They don't know.
Well, first of all,
many phyla don't have a fossil record even. So yeah.
Well, so there's that. And here's the other thing, right? So according to evolution, things diversify going forward in time, and this diversification is what we see as the different levels of cladistics or phylogeny, right? So the earliest diversification of different kingdoms would be the layer that we would see as phyla. So that is what is expected, is for you to find a large number of distinct phyla originating at the point where, say, Kingdom Animalia significantly diversifies for the first time.
Yeah. And another thing you'll notice about the Cambrian, a lot of stuff is really similar. A lot of stuff. It's difficult
even
to
stuff
tell
that you would think would be in different phyla
Yeah.
Still pretty similar because we're at the point where phyla is the kind of divergence you're getting. The difference between two phyla is pretty basic at this point.
They also just kind of ignore that the nested hierarchy applies over time, and that you have basic chordates in the
and not to mention the occurrence of stem groups and as opposed to ground group member,
including stem groups we don't have anymore. But like the chordates you see in the Cambrian, they are just worms.
With the gills.
I gotta say,
free swimming worms.
So far, it looks like no one wants exapunks, but that's okay. If you guys don't want it, you don't want it.
I'll take it.
Maybe.
Oh, you don't fun.
I know. All right, here we go.
With no ancestors in the layers below, almost as if they were all there fully formed and functioning, and then suddenly there was a flood.
Yeah, I mean, when you have classification systems,
all of life is fully formed and functioning. There is no such thing as half alive, basically.
Yeah.
Unless you're going into viruses, but even then, it's like, are they alive? Are they not? Good question.
A question I don't want to have answered right now because I don't know how to answer it. I'm not really going to take
That's
a big
a question
position.
for Dan.
Yeah. Who, by the way, could be here. Come on, Dan.
Yeah.
I suggest looking up Eric Smith, and he thinks that the question is a category error, and he can explain why. But I won't go into the explanation right now. Yeah. Anyway,
the Venerable Beat says my only Twitter follower is you. I didn't say you had to have a lot of followers. I just said that to enter the contest, you have to share the tweet. Or share the stream. I don't care how many followers you get. It's just that I need to have something that I can use to pick a poll of like people, and I don't have an easy way to do it with the chat. And comments don't work very well until after the fact. So, and I can't. I'm not going to do it like go super chat or something. Like no. So it's really just there for me to have a way to pick a winner that does require me to do way more work than it's worth. So I don't care. The only rules are basically you can't be a regular guest on the channel, which means the Venerable Beat, you're still good because you were on one time. And you also can't have already won. That's it. So yeah, that's the way you enter. Is just tweet out a link to this and add me on it so that I know that you did that. And there you go.
I want to make a very stupid thing here.
All...
a lot of like I think what is it? We're not certain on when I'm forgetting their name right now. The group includes mollusks. There we go.
Mollusks.
They diverged, but we know they're there by the Order Vision.
Oh, the Venerable Beast says he thinks he'll wait on a different game. Well, the thing is, if I don't give away exapunks, I'm just going to keep offering it until I give it away. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like mollusks we only find definitively in the Order Vision. But we have things that look a lot like mollusks in the Cambrian, and in the Ediacaran as well, if I remember correctly. We also have a lot of stuff in the Ediacaran that looks like stuff in the Cambrian.
Yep, we have proto-mollusks, proto-arthropods, we've got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and it's like it's where there's things like what would you think is the predecessor to chordates? And it's like a free swimming worm. That's literally it.
Yep.
That is your predecessor. We have those already in the Cambrian. But like for arthropods is the more interesting one, and we have things that look like those in the Ediacaran, but they just ignore the Ediacaran because they don't like it because it scares them.
It's also really interesting. Like basically the early Cambrian was all the time when the dominant predatory group were arthropods, or at least arthropod relatives.
Yeah.
The dominant predators in the Cambrian were arthropods and stem arthropods. It's like or panarthropods. It's like, yeah, this isn't normal today. Well, this certainly shouldn't have been the case.
Everything else.
Mosasaurs were a thing according to them at the same time as these were.
All right, guys, we're gonna have to get through this because at some point I'm gonna have to stop streaming. So let's keep going.
All the major phyla represented there, and then the big question is, well, how did all this happen? They call it's the burst of evolution. It suddenly was all there.
It's called
not really suddenly.
It's called an adaptive radiation. Look it up, Ken.
Yes.
Yeah, complex.
Took place over like 20 million years.
Actually, it was probably one of the first phases of the flood.
Right.
No.
Except that they're not flood deposits. Even the Burgess Shale, which is a landslide deposit, is still not a flood deposit.
Yeah.
Also, the British Shell is like 510 million years old, whereas the earliest beginning of the Cambrian period was 541.
Yeah,
so you're
Burgess
already
Shale
30 million
falls-
years in.
Yeah,
You're
The
already
Burgess
30,
Shale
yeah.
falls into like mid-Cambrian. We don't have good deposits for like the first few million years of the Cambrian at all. One of the reasons why trilobites are kind of mysterious as to their early evolution.
Yeah.
But like the early Cambrian is almost nothing but trilobites because we don't have good deposits there. Go figure.
They say here that there were many flows right there, and each of those flows represent one layer, which is the thing that we see. All those.
You mean there's lamination that would require some kind of periodicity?
Wow.
Weird.
Layers are stacked up together
don't say.
because it's the flow. When you do that in the lab, that's why you see it's made with waves, flows of waves, and then that's why the position.
Which
is
you
Wow,
expect
things
from
flood so
flood.
Yeah,
high.
that's what
And
we see
then
in the,
as
flood.
waters slow down or
No.
as they go faster,
No, you
different,
don't. You don't model it.
things that are
You just say
suspended
it does.
Right.
can come out at different times, and that's how you get the light. You know what? All you got to do is go and
How do
get
you
some dirt,
falsify
put it in a
any of
bottle,
this?
shake it up in
You don't.
water.
Yeah,
let it settle.
They don't
You've
like
seen this.
that.
Oh,
The bad.
God,
That's the part about science they don't like.
That's the actual Kenthoven argument. Like, oh, hey, you shake up a bunch of stuff. Look, you get graded bedding when you do that, Ken.
Yeah, I've
That's
done
not
it.
what we see in the fossil record. The fossil record isn't one big old graded bedding.
No.
Okay, I've got an experiment for chat. Chat, I want you to go to your backyard or a park or something.
No, that will require them to stop watching. TD Lane, stop it.
After the stream,
Stop it.
obviously,
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. You take a jar, you go to a park, you fill that jar up with dirt. You get some water. Fill the rest of the jar up with water. You put the lid on it, nice and tight. You shake it real vigorously. Then you put it on a table and wait a week for it to settle.
So
you will get graded bedding. That's what I got. That's what everybody else gets.
The Venerable Beat asks, wait, was it one landslide or multiple? I believe there actually were a few landslides. So yeah. Because I believe, if I remember correctly, the area up, like, I guess uphill of the Burgess Shale was an area that was like, what was it? Subject to like repeated landslides because sediment would build up at the top, and then it was near the continental shelf, and so eventually it would get heavy enough to just kind of slide off the continental shelf. If I remember correctly, and that happened a few times. But you should check the actual literature.
Settle into layers. It's a similar sort of thing, really.
Well, one thing I think is interesting is Burgess Shale area has been very,
Yeah, she did say
well
Burgess.
studied, and they missed all the
Burgess
right
Shale.
detail.
But she also has a bit of an accent that I think that English is not her native language. So I'm gonna go ahead and give a pass.
I will give a pass.
On
But
how
I am
they
just going to
were-
call the
how they were
Burgess
buried.
Shale.
Yeah.
I have no
So
comments.
you should,
Yeah.
why they missed that? Because they had the wrong worldview. They assumed something that it was not true.
I mean, if the wrong worldview is taking reality as it presents itself, then I'm happy to have the wrong worldview.
That's the worldview playing right here.
All right, this next one comes from Australia. Voluntary assisted dying legislation introduced to Queensland Parliament as protesters voice opposition.
Oh.
So
I actually didn't know that this was also in here, and I don't really care about their take on this, so we're gonna skip ahead. And
what's it about?
well, it was basically assisted suicide.
Yeah,
I don't care about that. So we're just gonna
which we have here in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a guess and say that they think it's bad, to which I say, tell it to somebody who's dying of pulmonary fibrosis that they can't fix and they can't get a lung transplant because they're old.
All right, so in
Tell
scrubbing
that to them, please.
I also saw something on Burger King. I don't care about that either. So we're gonna get to the next video, but then what's actually gonna happen is I'm gonna pause. There's gonna be a quick intermission, and when I come back, I'm gonna be doing some gaming. So what I want you guys to do is to figure out what you would like to see. So I'm gonna game for about an hour, and the big options right now are gonna be Doom Eternal, Saurian, Ark Survival Evolved, and I was going to say Factorio, but the thing about Factorio is that it's not that great to watch unless you start a factory fresh. But in an hour, I'm not going to get that much done on a factory, so I'm not going to do that. So there you go.
What if you had 2 people working on it?
Yeah.
Or an entire audience?
Maybe. So
Factorial.
No.
With
I'm just cutting it out, TD Lane, so it doesn't matter. We don't have to keep talking about it.
Well, I think I'm going to go because I want to go to bed too.
Okay.
Right,
have a nice night, Nestle.
Yeah, it's like, man, it's like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. there, isn't it?
Something like that. So,
yeah,
guys, keep in mind, Doom Eternal, Saurian, or Ark Survival Evolved. I have a game in Ark Survival Evolved that I just recently started. I just started building like my first house, and I've been attacked by Sarcosuchus more times than I can count. So, as far as Saurian, I would start a new game. I'd be a little baby and grow. And in Doom, I would just play through on a save file that I just recently erased. Or I might even just erase a new one. I don't know. If you guys pick Doom, we'll then have a second poll to see exactly what you want me to do. So, yeah, we're going to head over to intermission real quick. And then we're going to take a look at what you guys choose. So I will see you on the other side of the intermission.
I want to take a moment to talk about something serious. There is a problem facing late surviving non-avian dinosaurs in modern America. Hunting is very strictly regulated, and only allowed at certain times of the year. This means that for much of the year we have to rely on farm-raised food, which means money. If you want to help a starving dinosaur, please consider donating on Patreon, or buying from my merch store. Links are in the description. Please help. Dinosaurs all over YouTube are depending on you to help them through the hunting off-season.
Oh, Nani? Dare? Oh, Gojira desu ka? Hai, Gojira-san. Hai.
All right, we are back, and TD Lane is currently on mute, but I am seeing a whole lot of calls for Doom, and not a whole lot of calls for anything else, and only one dissent from Doom. So, one for null, I will play Minecraft as soon as someone gets it for me. My current gaming budget is like 0. So if you want me to play a game that I don't currently own, feel free to get it for me on Steam or whatever launcher. And if you're not willing to do that, don't expect me to play a new game that I don't own already. So, what we're going to do here is I'm going to start up Doom. And what I want you guys to let me know is, do you want to see a new game, or do you want to see me just continue from where I currently am? So that is the big question there. We're gonna start hearing the Doom music soon before I actually put it on the stream, just because it takes a little while to set up the stream and everything. But yeah. So let me know. One for an L says deal. All right, that's fair. I did not. I'm trying to think. I don't think I torrented any of the games I currently play. I can't say I won't say whether or not I've ever torrented anything else. But okay, so the game is currently loading. I'm gonna have to switch. I have to do a little bit of weird stuff to get OBS to recognize the game when it plays in full screen. Unless it's playing in windowed full screen, but I don't think it is. So yeah. It also means I'm going to have to change a little bit of my audio settings for the computer. But I'm getting a continue. I'm not getting any start new, so I'm going to assume that Jacob Masson wants to just see me continue, and no one else really cares. So let me just make sure that I have this set up the way I want. So let me go to settings. Borderless windowed. So that should work then. So let me... see if I can capture Doom. And then... boom. Doom is up there. All right. So we're going to continue with Doom. Yeah, we're getting a couple continues. All right, so we're just going to continue. Let me switch off my noise filter on the desktop audio. So now you're getting the full experience of Dapper computer audio. Feels pretty great, huh? All right, so we're going to hit escape. We're just going to continue the game. And I'm also going to have to move my microphone a little bit, so my audio quality is going to drop a bit, because I usually have my microphone like right in front of the screen. Sorry, guys. What can I say? There we go. So we're going to play this for about an hour. When it gets to 6 p.m. my time, I'm going to switch to something else, and we're going to continue with the videos. But here we go. This is very early in the game.
You can now find the remaining Hell Priests by activating your Celestial Locator. The second
What's up, Josiah Hansen?
in the northern region of Earth. I will calibrate the portal now. The hub has several areas locked off due to power constraints. Once power has been restored, you will be able to access the entire ship.
Yeah. Yes, this is Windows 10, null for one.
Sentinel energy levels rising, re-establishing power to core and supplementary systems.
Oh, was that my ice thrower guy? Ice bomb, yes. Awesome.
The ice bomb modification to your equipment launcher has been
Get some hiccups. Sorry about that.
The bomb will douse nearby enemies in freezing gases. You'll have to manually toggle the launcher to fire either ice bombs or frag grenades.
Oh, am I supposed to go downstairs? I think this is the demon prison bit. How do I get there? I don't remember. I've not played this game in a little while, guys. Sorry. Oh, yeah, it's down here. Okay. This newfangled Doom looks like Quake. Yeah, it does, actually. You know what I want is an actual sequel to the original Quake. Because Quake 2 had nothing to do with Quake. I want an actual sequel to that game. And I think the public is ready for it. It's the Ripatorium. Ooh, I like that little maker design. Yeah, Ripatorium. Got it. Oh, I did it. Alright. Well, there you go. I just ripped and teared some demons. The Venerable Bee doesn't know how I survive in Arizona. So here's the secret to me surviving in Arizona. I have a bad knee that really, really, really hates it when it's cold. So this is by far the preferable option. And also, most of the year, it's actually really nice. Oh, supposed to go upstairs. Oh, hey, a new audio log. Let's listen to the audio log.
This is an ARC broadcast. To any ARC personnel or survivors operating inside the Hellified zones, please be advised. More Doomslayer sightings have been coming in. ARC leadership do not recommend any attempts to communicate with the Slayer directly. Please avoid all contact with Doomguy at this time. While it is clear that the Slayer is an enemy of the challenged, it is unclear if he could also be a threat to civilians.
Alright. By the way, that's me. I'm Doomguy. Oh, hey, it's Steve Lane. So I am going to be given emailing, or not emailing, but tweeting or messaging, I don't know, whatever, the exapunks after the game thing. So I'm going to play the game for about an hour. There's going to be intermission. That's when I'm actually going to like tweet it out or share it. I don't. You guys know what I mean. Who cares? $40 to 60 degrees. That is way too cold, man. I cannot do that. I'm not going to worry too much about the mission challenges right now. Yay, I got an action figure.
All right. The Hell Priest is somewhere in this facility. I I cannot pinpoint his exact location at this time.
Easter egg. And a 1-up. I don't know. Am I bad at this? Someone asked if I was bad at this. I think I'm supposed to go here. Hello? What am I missing? Oh, here we go.
Welcome, Slayer. Is my time at an end? Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this cursed citadel.
The Slayer has arrived. All mortally challenged personnel, please be advised.
Prefer pain to being sweaty? No, dude. It's so much better to not be in pain and to be a little sweaty. Plus, sweat here actually helps, which is just great. Dash if I'm going to kill him. Yeah, like that. Only one more? I got 6 weapon points. Don't look anything. No. Yeah, you barely ever actually feel sweaty in Arizona. Yeah, pain is way, way worse than being sweaty for most people. So I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but, like, thank you. Ah, come on. You need your pain. So I know this is a little bit not my typical deal, but, you know, I need a break sometimes from all the creationist stuff. Okay. I have to choose here. I like that one. It keeps enemies out of the fight for longer, even if I don't have time to kill them. Bob Isray, you're threatening to invade? That's alright. Actually, early on, they advertised that you could invade other people's games, and so far that hasn't really been a thing. And I'm hoping they really do actually implement it, because, like, yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, one for null, you'll DM me the code? Okay, awesome. What, are you gonna DM it on, like, where are you gonna DM it, is the question. Yikes. That was rough. I did not do super well there. It's a pretty fun level. It's a pretty good one to like do with the intro levels. Oh, the Venerable Beat, you're having tacos? I can't say that I'm not jealous. That's... Yeah, I'm a little jealous. What can I say? Alright, we're gonna go with Remote Detonate. I know everyone likes Lock On Burst, but I have a soft spot for Remote Detonate, so that's just me. Alright, here we go. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Alright. Thank you.
The beast draws near to me, my brothers and sisters, but he is weak. Your hate must match his will. Only then will you be truly saved.
He went inside the pillar. Whoops. Wait, was that the encounter? No. Okay, that was the encounter. DMA in Discord, thank you very much, One for Null. Okay. There's one more encounter down.
salvation lies in his destruction.
Ghostly Enigma says I should check out Phantasy Star Genius. It's not too bad. I mean, how much does it cost? Because if it's more than 0, someone might have to get it for me.
Eat his soul. I must survive this. Protect me in my time of need, and you will secure your place in the new world.
So one thing that's kind of funny is killing these guys is actually like an accomplishment. Like it unlocks a secret. There you go. See, yeah, secret found. I don't know why. So the first few times I played this game, I actually left those guys alone because they weren't hostile to me, which is sort of like my MO. Like, if you don't mess with me, I'm not going to mess with you, whatever. In fact, when I play Halo, if grunts run away, I usually let them go, because, you know, they're kind of super enslaved, and it kind of sucks to be a grunt. But, yeah, in this case, you kill them and you get a little secret. So, okay.
Your super shotgun is nearby, a relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
Just making sure I have plenty of ammo. This next encounter, if I remember correctly, is a little on the tricky side. Oh yeah, super shotgun. No, for one says I better be in the Minecraft stream. Well, if there's a Minecraft stream, it'll probably end up being on Top Hats Off and not Dapper Dino. But, like, I don't see a huge reason why you couldn't be on it.
Attention, all mortally challenged personnel. The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression.
F. Cost me a life because I'm not playing well. Partially because of alcohol. What? I didn't get to finish the animation? There we go. Isn't there something else that's supposed to come and get me? Hello? Game? Oh. Can I get out of it? It's playing music like I should be done. Do I have to kill this guy? Okay, I had to kill that one little guy. T-Lance says, I plan on spending money. I plan on sending money, Dapper the money to buy the game. Which game? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, was that a Minecraft? This is where you can borrow my MC account. Well, so, okay, Null for One already apparently spent the money to get me, what's it? The Minecraft. So he already got that for me. So if you actually do want to spend money, I have a Steam wish list. Get me something from there. I have multiple items on there, ranging from like $5 all the way up to like $60. So if you really want to spend money on my gaming addiction, that is how I recommend doing it. And if you're not my Steam friend, I don't know, find me on Twitter or something. All right. What do I want here? I like Quick Draw Belch, and I want armor. So yeah, we're gonna do the armor one first. There we go. Armor upgraded, and I got the first half of Quick Draw Belch. Oh, low ammo on this one, huh? Well, get a couple more. We'll give this one try. If I can't get it, then whatever. I did get it. Nice. Alright. Cool. I'm not going to complain about that. So those things are timed challenges. Like, you fight extra enemies, you don't get your stuff back. And there you go. So... No, I guess I don't want this. I don't actually remember this puzzle very well. It's not much of a puzzle, I just don't remember the things to do. German Permit said, if I were friends with you on Steam, then my, quote, new PC funds would be gone, and your wish list would be empty, maybe. Well, hey, man, like, if anyone wants to be my Steam friend, let me know. I mean, I'm willing to be Steam friends with lots of people, and no, I don't expect you to buy things from my wish list, because, like, whatever. But yeah, it's really easy to be my Steam friend. Just like let me know you want to be, and I'll send you my Steam like info. Come on, there we go. Supposed to go over here? I don't remember. Oh yeah, I guess I am. Alright, so we're about halfway through the gaming section of the stream. So if gaming is not entirely your thing, I get it. But we are almost done with it. Well, we're about halfway done. Now this is a cool section. You'll see Enigma says, I messed up. It's Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Okay. I mean, still, if there's money involved, because my gaming budget is currently 0. I've spent in the last, I think, like, year, maybe $40 on games. Oh, it's free? I mean, then I may check it out. My wish list never goes on sale when I have extra money. Yeah, I know that feeling. War Thunder is free. I mean, I'll look into various free games. I can't promise that I'll do all of them. I actually don't game as much now as I would like. And believe it or not, one of the games I've been playing a lot of is Power Rangers Battle Over the Grid. It's actually a pretty good fighting game that I absolutely suck at. Yikes. That was a little rough. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely suck at it, because I can barely string together like a 10-hit combo, but I'm having a lot of fun with it, so who cares? I mean, why get good, right? One for null, I promise I will check my Discord. We're not quite there yet, though.
Attention, all cultist base personnel. Please destroy the slave.
I like how they call it cultist base.
I repeat, priest must survive.
Oh yeah, soldier. Power Rangers, sick guitar riff, says T-Lane. I mean, yeah, that's accurate. Not wrong. Power Rangers actually has some pretty decent music. It's got some music too, but it's also got some pretty good stuff. But one thing I would like in that game is someone to play against that I know. That'd be cool. I mean, I doubt that I would beat you, but, you know, it'd be cool. Ah. Get wrecked, imp. I say, I'm actually a little surprised people picked Doom. But, I mean, I get it. Doom is awesome, right? Nice. Oh, for $5 from Carrie Bronson says, yes! Send them to oblivion! The void feeds upon their hideous facsimiles of souls and smiles. Awesome. T-Lane says, get me it. I also suck at fighting games. T-Lane, I'll tell you what, when you have, I think it's like $30. It's not a very expensive game. When you have like an extra $30 to spare, just get it and I'll fight you and we'll just hack ineffectively at each other. It'll be great. No, you know what I want? I want this guy. I heard you, Tentacle. Yeah, get out of here. Hey, what up, Chesh? Chesh is here, everybody. I just realized I said that like with the exact same cadence as the guy in Alien Resurrection who said, hey, Ripley's here, everybody. Which, by the way, not a good movie. But like, it's not the worst thing to have ever happened to cinema. me that upgrade. Oh, hey, the Gobbo's here. Yeah, so we're gonna get back to watching, like, you know, creationist stuff in a bit. Other people, I mean, people are welcome to actually come by. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. What am I supposed to do in this section? I don't actually remember. It's something to do with this guy. I don't remember how to activate it. Anyone who's played this game, remind me, because, I don't know. I feel like this section is supposed to already be done. Am I supposed to go that way? I'm supposed to go that way, that's the thing. Chesh says, I'll be Ripley, I'll take that as a compliment. I mean, hey, anyone calling you Ripley is definitely a compliment, because Ripley is badass. She gets a little, like, stupidly badass in that movie. But, like, whatever, man. Ripley is just the best. Wrong button. Yeah, I missed. There's someone else here? No? Oh well. Alright, so there's a secret somewhere around here, if I remember correctly. Oh, I think that's... Okay, hey look, it's a dope fish. So for those of you who don't know, the studio that made the original Doom also made Commander Keen. And the dope fish is a NPC in Commander Keen, which is, it's sort of a gaming meme, but it's an older meme, sir. But it still checks out, sort of meme. Yeah. I do not remember what to do here. Oh, I think, now I remember. So I'm supposed to do this. Then hit that. Yeah, there you go. That, like, splits it. Okay.
Are you growing tired, Slayer? We will break your will yet.
So you say, Hell Priest? I like how open they are about it. It's like, yeah, I'm a Hell Priest. What do you want from me? Like, okay. Sure. Weirdo. Alright guys, so it looks like what I'm going to end up doing is just finishing this level. And then that'll be it for the gaming section. So I didn't actually think this level was going to take this long, but Cultist Base is in fact a fairly long level, so, you know, whatever. And I'm not going to do the special encounter, because I don't want to. German Furman, the pros of donating $100 worth of birthday money is that I will be extremely grateful. The cons are that you'll be out $100. So, you know, do what you will with that information. Vandelli asked if I'm going to play my Power Rangers game. Not on this stream. The vote was ultimately for Doom Eternal. So that is what I am playing. We're going to finish this level. We go to intermission, do some biology-related stuff, and then, you know, get back to watching the stupid stuff.
I do not fear you.
This is sort of like my mini break. Like, it's not an intermission style break, but like, it's something. Oh yeah, I have to get in the middle. Take the train to the Terror Drome? Okay. Wait, am I supposed to... Oh, there we go. It's been too long since I played this game. It's also a really good game, by the way. The multiplayer isn't super my speed. From what I understand, for people who are really into it, it's actually pretty darn good, so... Ben Tobin says, I will help with the pros. I mean, ultimately the pro is, I will be very, very grateful if you send me money for my birthday. The cons really are just that you'll be out of money. So, do what you want with that. The other pro is, if you super chat it, I will read whatever it is out. I don't know, is that a pro? It's not nothing. Ah, I hit the wrong button. Where'd he go? F. There you go. I beat an encounter.
I will lock in signal now.
Now I know there's some pickups that I can get to increase my like armor and whatnot. There we go. Oh, German Furman for $50 reduce says, cutting it 50-50, happy birthday. Don't spook this all in one. I think we'd spend it. Play Payday 2, the universe is a hologram, buy gold. Alright. Thank you very much, man. That means a lot. I really appreciate it. So I think this is the end of the level. So, there we go. Trevor Davis says, happy birthday. David Pina says, greetings. Thank you. That is, in fact, the end of the level. So there you go. I didn't get everything, but I did get some of the things. So I didn't do the Slayer Gate, which I said I wasn't going to do. Got all of the challenges. Nice. And I got most of the exploration stuff. I guess I forgot a couple of the secrets, which doesn't bother me much. And I got some rewards. I got a few thousand experience. There you go. Alright, so here's what's about to happen. I am going to switch back on my filters for computer audio. Hey, Chesh's in the stream. I don't know if she's actually here, though. But she will be here for realsies. So I'm going to turn off this. We're going to switch filters back on. I am going to quit Doom. And then I'm going to go to an intermission. And we will be back with more creationist nonsense. Actually, I think this time it's going to be spirit science nonsense. So I hope Chesh is ready for that stuff. Because, oof, is that bad. But yeah. So I hope you enjoyed the gaming section. While I'm away, I'm also going to, I believe, send German Furman, who in fact won the giveaway, a Steam code. So German Furman, be ready for that. And yeah, I will be back shortly.
I want to take a moment to talk about something serious. There is a problem facing late surviving non-avian dinosaurs in modern America. Hunting is very strictly regulated, and only allowed at certain times of the year. This means that for much of the year we have to rely on farm-raised food, which means money. If you want to help a starving dinosaur, please consider donating on Patreon, or buying from my merch store. Links are in the description. Please help. Dinosaurs all over YouTube are depending on you to help them through the hunting off-season.
Oh, Nani? Dare? Oh, Gojira desu ka? Hai, Gojira-san.
we are back this time with Chesh and TD Lane. And by the way, German Furman, you should have a giveaway code in your Steam DMs. So let me know if that works. If it doesn't, maybe I sent it wrong. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It might have to be after the stream, though, if it doesn't work. But it should work. The last one worked. So, yeah. So, all right. Is everyone ready for some additional stupid?
To be honest, no, but we're gonna have you're not going to listen. You're just gonna start anyways. So let's kill brain cells.
I mean, honestly, if you're not ready, you should just leave.
I don't think I've ever done any debunky stuff about like spirit science, so this should be. I mean, I've seen videos that are debunking spirit science, but I don't think I've ever done it. So this might be a first for me. I just wanted to also say congratulations because this is good for you. Way to go, man!
Oh. German Furman says, following my family's tradition, you get the other half of the $100 at Christmas. Only because I cannot deliver mead to you. Well, I mean, I would love mead, but I understand that it's hard to send mead across international borders. But if anyone here hasn't tried mead, go give it a go. I really like mead.
I have to wait a year for that, Dapper.
Okay, fine. Wait a year. Yeah. Chesh, you have to wait, I think it's, what, 4 or 5 years?
I have to be 19 and I'm 17, so...
Oh, 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what the drinking age is in Canada, but I guess it's 19, so...
It's 19.
Doesn't matter. Canada doesn't exist. It's just Northern America.
Except in Quebec. Quebec has a lower drinking age, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh,
so
what is it, like 60?
That's the Ontario one. Maybe, I'm not sure. It might be 18. I don't recall, but I don't believe I remember them being lower. Actually, I think also like the far eastern provinces, like Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, also it's a little bit lower, but I'd have to...
Why am I not surprised that the Newfies have a really low drinking age?
Oh, gee, I don't know. I don't know what would give you that impression that may or may not be the case. They also have like different rules surrounding like service. So like if you're serving alcohol in Ontario, you have to have a license. And in Nova Scotia, you can have a license.
That's amazing. All right, but
yes,
we're gonna hit go on this. This is gonna be a little bit of like wrap up Ken Ham stuff. That's just because I can't very exactly find a new spot.
Paul and Ezekiel, you know, if you know that there's something wrong and you don't tell someone, then it's on your head. Right? It's important for us to be able to tell it lovingly.
It's the most loving thing you can do.
In fact, we're not just telling LGBT, we're telling
everyone. Is that where we're going?
And if you've never received salvation,
look, I didn't have drinking rules, but
how much
drink for that.
I have a question. Does that apply to people telling Ken Ham that he's wrong about dinosaurs all the time?
Yes, it does.
It's the most loving thing you can do is to tell Ken Ham how wrong he is and tell him the truth.
Mm-hmm. The most loving thing you can do for Ken Ham is to show him how badly wrong he is.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure the most loving thing to do for him is reconnect him with his extended family, the chimpanzees.
No, that's... Oh, well, yeah.
You have to hate someone to not tell them about the gospel.
Yeah. All right, well, that's all the time that we have for today.
All right,
but
bye.
The Answers News team will be back again on Wednesday, so hopefully you can join us then. Until then, have a great weekend.
See you on Wednesday.
Oh, by the way, Source Blood says Quebec is a year lower, so I guess it's 18 there.
So 18, yeah.
So wait a year, then go to Quebec, then get some mead.
No.
Yeah. Wait, I thought you were eternally 17, though.
As soon as I turn 18, I will go.
Is this paused? I didn't think there was this much at the end.
It's just a dead air thing.
It's just eternal dread.
All right.
I hate all of this. But Fish, you were on my 100 subscriber stream, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. I'm around, man.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. So this is oh, here we go.
The 2020 coronavirus pandemic took the Earth by storm.
Demonetized.
Like other cataclysms,
I like the Beatles.
This virus has devastated our modern society today, facilitating a mass exodus from many workplaces as millions took to the indoors and video
no, hold on. You can't call it a mass. People didn't just have a mass exodus of work. They couldn't go to work. That's not what a mass exodus is. Shut up.
They didn't choose to just like, maybe I should stop going to work for a while. Not quite what happened.
That's not that. Okay, all right. Well, whatever. Let's go back to our Beatles. I think the Game Grumps have been calling it the Backstreet Boys reunion tour.
Oh, and throw the dwarf of the House of Torg for $20 reduce says, "Happy birthday, Dapper. Put this towards the video game." Thank you very much. And as I generally do, if people have a requirement for the super chat, they're like, "Hey, put this towards booze or whatever," I tend to do it. But my only question to the throw the dwarf of the House of Torg is, does DLC count? Because if it does, then I will.
I mean, that's definitely vague enough that I would say DLC would count. Also, throw the dwarf, definitely cool person.
Yeah. And also, his extra bit there of the House of Torg is because he watched my House of Torg role-playing streams on Top Hats Off. So
hell yeah. I was in that. I was a special guest over there. I got to be a special crazy lady.
You were a special guest crazy lady in episode 1, and it was awesome. You did a really great job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I everyone had a lot of fun with that. So yeah,
I also had a lot of fun with that.
Yeah. So the thing is, right now a number of the players are unable to continue. So I'm not sure what the future of that series is. So I'm going to talk it over with some people, and we might have more episodes, maybe with a different crew. I'm not even sure. We're going to figure something out. But
That's
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a D&D fix, you can see Dapper playing D&D over on my channel, as well as TD Lane over on my channel every other Monday. So it's not this Monday coming up, it's next Monday.
Yeah. And we did skip last Monday because our DM, Maddie, Science Side Up, who is also awesome, was visiting family this week. So,
Well, we're doing every other Monday anyway, so yeah.
Yeah.
Or millions of others lost their jobs completely. Based on the reactions of the many, often facilitated by the media, it would seem as though the pandemic was a deadly killer.
Because it is.
Yeah.
So here's the crazy thing, right? Every single country you look at, is a significant increase in like per day mortality. And the increase is almost entirely attributable to COVID-19. So it is a deadly killer. Like, that's not a question that we have to ask.
It would seem that way because it is.
Right.
Weird.
Yes.
How bizarre.
Panic and fear swept through mass consciousness. But the question
I don't know what panic. I don't think too many people panicked. I certainly didn't panic. Panic is the kind of thing where you run screaming, and like no one, as far as I know, really did that. Now, there
were like a handful of people that were like panic buying toilet paper and stuff, like right at the very, very beginning. But I don't think
great toilet paper shortage.
Oh, okay. Here,
10 years ago.
Here's something that really sucks about the toilet paper shortage, right? So that happened here. And what that meant, though, was at any time that there was toilet paper at the store, I felt compelled to buy it because I didn't know when it would next be in the store. Not because I wanted to hoard toilet paper. I really didn't. But because I was like, what if it's just not here? Because it wasn't there most of the time.
I got a little bit lucky and had, like, well before that, had, like, a handful because it was, like, on sale at Costco. And so my upstairs roommates bought a bunch at Costco and then left it downstairs and were just like, whatever, you can have it when I moved in. So I had like half of a closet full of toilet paper from like well before the pandemic even started, just because they happened to buy a really big batch of toilet paper one time.
That's awesome. Oh, by the way, guys.
Worked out for my favor, I guess.
So I'm going to do one more giveaway for tonight. This is going to be Opus Magnum, which is a Steam game. Let's see. Master the intricate physical machinery of the transmutation engine, the alchemical engineer's most advanced tool, and use it to create vital remedies, precious gemstones, deadly weapons, and more. That's the description on the game. And again, it's going to be anyone who tweets a link to this stream and @s me over the course of the next hour. And again, it's not because I want you to super increase the viewership. It's basically just because I need an easy way to get a subset of my viewers that I can easily randomly select one from. So if you do that in the next hour, by the top of the hour, I will...
And sharing is helpful and nice anyway.
Yeah. I will, in fact, enter you. So basically, I'll just do a random number generator for the people who meet that criteria. And you will get a stream key for the game Opus Magnum. So this is our third giveaway today. Again, if you're a regular stream guest, which would include both of my guests here, you are not eligible. Sorry.
Aww.
I know. It just looks too much like nepotism if I give it to either of you.
Is this fear necessary? When looking at the science, one might question whether COVID-19 even deserves the tag of pandemic at all.
What? Okay, here's what it means to be a pandemic, right?
Hey, listen, some might question. They didn't say they were questioning, just that some might.
So he's just asking questions? Is that what we're going to go with?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm just asking questions.
I hate that. But anyway, here's the thing. Pandemic does not refer to the severity of the disease, right? Giving the title of pandemic to a disease simply means that it is a problem on a worldwide scale, right? So the demic part basically just refers to the problem is an infectious disease. Now you get two bits, epidemic and pandemic, right? Epidemic, from the Greek for over, means it's a problem over a certain area. That's why it's an epidemic, right? A pandemic, from the Greek for pan, for all or everyone, is because it's a problem for literally everyone on Earth. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the worst disease ever. It just means that anyone on Earth is at risk for catching it.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, like, the cold.
Right. Like, if there were a particular cold strain that we could confirm were everywhere, yeah, that would be a pandemic. Now, would it be one that we should do shutdowns for? Probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, it wouldn't be necessary. On the other hand, that's why saying a global pandemic is redundant.
Right, yeah.
Pandemic is already global.
Yeah, it can't be a pandemic if it's not global.
And this is where we throw in the term by definition.
Right.
And using it properly.
Yeah.
It's sort of like when people say, oh, where's the ATM machine? It's like, you know what the M stands for in ATM, right?
Yeah.
Or PIN number.
Listen, people don't know what the PH stands for in PhD and keep telling me how much there is no philosophy in any kind of science, so I don't know what to tell you.
So here's a hint.
The reason science begs to differ.
The reason it's big P little h is because it stands for the PH in philosophy.
How dare you?
I know.
How could you say something so bold yet so controversial?
Oh, and throw the dwarf of the House of Torg says that DLC are fine, which is good to know.
Center for Disease Control, the updated age group survival rates for COVID-19 are as follows.
Okay.
Ages 0 to 19 have a 99.997 chance of survival. Ages 20 to 49 have a 99.98 chance of survival. Ages 50 to 69 have a 99.5.
Okay, so that's one thing I want to point out right here. That's 1 in 200. I wouldn't want to risk my life on that.
Yeah, the thing with statistics and percentages like this is it's not exactly very clear about what that means to you. Like, it seems like 0.003 would seem really, really low until you look at what size of number you're looking at. Because if that turns into 1 in 200, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, well, only the third one is going to turn into 1 in 200, but...
Yeah. So that would be, let's see, that'd be 99.5, so 0.5, right?
Yep. So 0.5%, and 1% is already 1 in 100. So yeah, it's 1 in 200. Like, look, I'm not ever going to play Russian roulette, right? Or roulette, I guess, yeah, roulette. I'm still not going to play it with 200 barrel or 200 chambers and one that's loaded. Why?
Well, that, and it doesn't, this is a risk of survival rate. It doesn't even talk about how awful just getting it is in general.
Yep.
Or like how much of it, like all of the garbage that goes along with it, or permanent changes that you get from catching
permanent lung damage has not been an infrequent thing. Permanent. For the rest of your life, your lungs don't work right.
Now, let me tell you.
Actually, German Furman brought that up exactly. He said just because someone survived doesn't mean they're gonna have a good life afterward. Just ask anyone who had polio.
Yeah. And let's say from somebody who lived with a family member with permanent lung damage that he died from.
Yeah,
it's not a good thing at all.
Look, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and think about this. So you have 5 numbers there. So basically like a maybe 1 in 10,000 on the more unfortunate side for 0 for 19. Now think about this. For vaccines in general, you have a 1 in a million chance at worst of having a negative reaction from it.
Yeah.
Significantly more decimal places.
I guess I should announce
those are
that
considered.
I'm gonna go get sticked on Monday.
Oh,
nice.
Congratulations!
As soon as possible. For the second time.
I'm getting my first one now. They got available to me recently, so I got finally was able to schedule it, and so
awesome.
I'm going on Monday just before Judgment Call, so that'll be fun. So if I'm late to Judgment Call, you guys know why. It's because I was having trouble getting my microchip installed for my 5G magnetic arm.
Yeah, I need to get that 5G, man.
So I will say, the first shot, all it caused for me at least, was a sore arm, and that was it.
Yeah.
And that took a few hours to develop anyway.
Yeah, I'll probably be fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm mostly just kidding.
Oh, and
I've had needles before and never had an issue, so.
The Venerable Bead says the U.S. just topped 600,000 deaths, so yeah, this is not a serious problem or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's. Also, this guy said the most recent numbers. Do we know when this video is from?
I think it was from about 4 months ago.
Okay, so because that would matter, I would think. So this is after these are the numbers after people are getting shots and after a lot of people have already died who were very, very susceptible, and also people have been shut down and people aren't going out as much in different areas. So these numbers are already skewed in the favor of people surviving and not getting it because the hospitals aren't getting overrun as much.
And let's put bandages in the chat for Josh.
Have a 94.6 chance of survival.
Dude, that's less than 1 in 20.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
That's 1 in 20 chance. That's you. That's like you're playing D&D. It's like, have you ever got a critical hit in D&D? Ever get a 1 in D&D? Oh, you get a 1. Now you're dead.
These mortality rates are nearly identical, only ever so slightly higher.
What?
Oh, he's comparing to something else.
Seasonal flu.
Okay, so he's saying they're slightly higher than the total from the seasonal flu. Here's a big difference. Okay, the seasonal flu has a vaccine that's readily available and has been for years. And the seasonal flu isn't nearly as virulent as COVID-19. So way more people are getting COVID-19 than the seasonal flu. Look, I haven't got the flu in 5 years, and not all of those years have I got infected, right? People are not catching the flu every year.
Yeah, this is the difference between that the survival rate might be the same, but the number of people that you're talking about, because you're talking about the number of people that have it.
Right.
So the number of people that have gotten COVID versus the number of people that get the flu are drastically different numbers. So the percentages can look the same, the statistics can look the same, but you're dealing with a huge gap in the number of people that have gotten the flu and the number of people that have gotten COVID.
So this is a really stupid argument.
Yeah,
it's just manipulating. It's just either manipulating or very heavily misunderstanding how to read statistics.
Yeah. Also, there's another important thing because these aren't the necessarily the updated statistics, but rather the current statistics for how deadly the disease is as of 4 months ago. Remember, the disease was more deadly initially due to the very ease of spreading throughout the population.
Well, it was, due to the ease of spreading due to the fact that we didn't know how to treat it because we didn't really know what was going on, as well as the severity of hospitals getting overrun and not knowing how to treat the symptoms. And so with learning what it actually does and that there's respiratory problems and that's how to treat those respiratory, basically a lot of people had to die for us to be able to figure out how the fuck to fight this thing. And I used up your F-bomb.
Oh,
nice.
That's all right. It actually is you using it up. No one else has done so. So for Vandalia 1998 for $4.99 US, he says the flu was down this year because of the prevention we did. That's true.
Yep.
It was actually a severe dip in flu cases this year. And I want to remind everyone, if you do want a free Steam key for Opus Magnum, a Steam game, you can just share this stream on Twitter and tag me in the tweet, and you will be basically randomly selected. All the people who do that, who haven't already won or who aren't regular guests, will be randomly selected, and one of you will get a stream key for that game. Or sorry, a Steam key.
I got a thing here. You know how who was it? Yeah, Vanderbility brought up that we have 600k deaths thus far from COVID. Yeah, the low end estimate for the amount of total deaths from the Civil War is 600k.
Yeah.
So
the worst war in U.S. history in terms of casualties.
Not just the worst war in North American history in general in terms of casualties, one of the worst wars in terms of casualties, period.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, Gutsy Gibbon says, happy 5K Dapper. Sorry I can't be in there. I'm still at my parents' house visiting. Hey, no worries.
And are also significantly lower mortality rates than many other ailments for the same age groups.
Yeah.
Even if we look at the US right now, with a population of 328 million people as of the 2019 census records, basic math will tell you that the 238,000 deaths amount to only 0.07% of the total population.
That's still 238,000 people, though, that are dead, that are otherwise wounded. And also, that's wrong, because it's now 600,000 dead people.
Right. So we're now at more than 1 in 1,000 people in the United States has died of COVID-19.
Yeah.
That's insane. Now, granted, a whole lot of that was because of absolutely intentionally inept bungling by the government of a previous administration. But yikes. Not a minor thing.
Similarly, with the UK, even with its rise in cases, its 49,000 deaths only amount to 0.07%.
Okay, yeah, a few months ago, but here's the other thing.
Okay, so what's the number, though? He said that this only amounted to... Click back for a second to look at the math. I just want to look at the...
Okay, I'm going to go look up the UK's population.
Because he says 328 million people, right? Then he says, what does he say after that?
Census records. Basic census will tell you that the
238,000, but it's now well more than that. In fact, let's find out how many it is now.
Okay, and that's fine, but that's still 238,000 people dead. I don't care if it's only 7%. That's a lot.
Well, 0.07, but yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's not a funny part. That's not a funny amount of the population.
Okay, so USA is
it's
currently
certainly nothing to sneeze at. Ha ha ha.
USA is currently at 615,706. So let's round it to 600. Let's go 15,000 just to be nice. What percentage of that was that? What percentage is that?
That's also like with things being put in place now too, so that number would likely be even higher if there were not like restrictions and guidelines to help people survive.
Yeah,
that's lower than it would be if you chose to do nothing and listen to somebody like this.
So if I do the quick math here, 328 yeah, we're now at 0.18, sorry, actually closer to 0.19% than 0.07 in the USA.
1,000 deaths amount to...
So that's ridiculous. That's close to 1 in 500 Americans dead. That's about the worst disaster that has ever occurred in any country. And if we go to
all you have to do is look at the population of your town and see how many times 500 is divisible of that number to see how likely you are to be dead.
Yeah. And so for the UK, did you get the population for the UK, TD?
It's 66.65 million.
66.
Practically Cretaceous.
All right, so we're looking at let me double check the current numbers. we're looking at, oh, I did the wrong number. We're looking at 127,917 recorded deaths so far. So let's paste that in there, and let's see. Hold on, what's the actual number that you got?
66,650,000.
Oh, I see what I did wrong there. All right. So yeah, we're still looking at about, wait, really? 666.65 million? Or
66,650,000, just rounded, basically.
For the UK population?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that actually looks like a really low number. That's odd.
Yeah, they've been doing better, despite having a lot of spikes.
Let's see what he says, because I think he's about to give a number that's even higher.
Yeah.
That's odd.
Only 0.07% of the total population. Similarly, with the UK, even with its rise in cases, its 49,000 deaths only amount to 0.07%.
I mean, not if the population is 66 million. Are you sure you got that right?
Put into Google.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting too. Weird.
Yeah,
all right. Well,
he's just outright lying, is what I'm thinking.
Jordan either can't math or he's lying, because it's way lower than that. So the number
to that is yes, then.
Could be both.
Well, the number I got for deaths as percent of the population is 0.002. Not
yeah,
0.07.
but this was 4 months ago. Maybe it's maybe it was higher 4 months ago.
You think some people came back to life in the last few months?
Maybe. We're talking about spirit science. I don't know.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Yeah.
This is not intended to reduce people to number. For of course, the deceased meant something to someone.
When is this video from
many
again?
Loved ones have been lost in this time.
I'm not trying to insult you and say that I don't care that your grandparents died. It's not meant to do that. I'm just doing that.
Right. And by the way, I don't know. Just check back when there were 220 whatever thousand deaths in the U.S. That's about when it was from.
For those looking outside of the mainstream narrative,
November.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Did he just say that there's some would question whether or not this should be called a pandemic, and then went ahead to explain that there were issues in the UK and in America of this? So he just described how exactly it was a pandemic after he said some people might say it's not a pandemic?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. Got it.
Yeah. Hello, Spirit Science. Thanks. Oh, by the way, if you check my previous stream doing Spirit Science history, you will find a link to a recorded call between this narrator here, Jordan, who is the owner and operator of Spirit Science, and the woman that, let's just say, he had some very non-consensual interactions with.
Oh, that's this guy? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. So this guy is a piece of shit on multiple levels.
Okay, I'm gonna stop being so nice to him now. And
he can go die in a hole, to be honest.
Yep.
Authenticity of the story and fear perpetuated by the media and governments since the very beginning, with at least 1/3 of Americans believing that COVID itself was made in a lab, and that the event was purposefully planned.
I mean, okay, Americans are susceptible to conspiracy theories. That doesn't make it true.
I
can agree with this.
That's just an argument from lots of people believe it, therefore it's true.
It's not even an argument from popularity because it's still less than half the population.
Yep.
I mean, it's not even... Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Theories as to why include everything from being a method to quell overpopulation.
Well, it's not going to do that because as much as those numbers are ridiculously high, they're not high enough.
Everybody's stuck at home and nobody has anything better to do but to have sex.
I mean, there's that, but even without that, even if we don't assume any increase in births, it's not a big enough dent in human population to prevent any overpopulation problems. So,
which is really weird because he just explained how it was such a low, so they said that this was the conspiracy and they failed then?
Yeah, they just really suck. They suck at it.
To which I say, okay.
People with a specific chemical
or
nanoparticle that could make people easier to control.
Okay, here's the only reason, or here's the only response I need to this. Citation needed.
Yes.
That's it.
My favorite thing about the whole bioweapon angle is that bioweapons are by their nature uncontrollable, and also apparently really easy to just kind of deal with because vaccines exist.
Yup.
Yeah, bioweapons are dumb. The amount of money you put into them and what you get out of them is something that you can't even protect your own citizens from. So, why would you ever make one?
Because you're a dick.
Yeah, we've tried before. We failed miserably. And
tamper with their DNA.
I know
raising consciousness.
Oh, tamper with their DNA. Yeah, okay.
Why are we watching this guy that looks like Discount Lucifer in the shower?
It's for your benefit.
Yeah.
Okay, but I can just go watch actual Lucifer in the shower.
I know. I mean, does he get a shower scene? I haven't seen all of Lucifer.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that there is, because I also haven't seen all of it.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, anyone who's seen enough of Lucifer to know, let us know if Lucifer gets a shower scene.
I've seen bits and pieces, but I don't know, man.
But look, here's the thing, right? He almost certainly downloaded this from a stock footage site, and here's the actual reason. Because people like hot people doing shower stuff. I think that's the entire reason. I think he's like, enough of my audience likes hot dudes doing shower stuff that it will be a good clip.
I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and make the assumption that he got this from some kind of free to use stock footage.
Well, he
definitely
might have paid.
That's not him, right?
No, that is not him. He is much skinnier than that guy.
How do you even know? That dude looks kind of skinny.
Because I've seen what Jordan looks like, and he looks like a stick figure.
Okay.
And he also has way worse facial hair. And not nearly as cool hair.
I don't know, man. Sounds like a beta.
He's also way paler than this guy. And if I'm going to go out on a limb, I can't prove this, but he looks white enough that his nipples would be pink and not brown.
I feel like I'm getting tossed some fake news eye candy here, and it's like discount eye candy, and I don't appreciate it.
Hey,
if you're gonna give me eye candy, give me real eye candy.
On the bright side, it could have been Jordan's actual face. Yeah.
At least he wouldn't be lying to people.
Well,
or nigh impossible.
His nose growth.
So far, almost all of the effort and attempts to discuss this outside of the mainstream narrative have been banned across nearly all social media channels. And
right, because Fox News isn't a mainstream news source.
There is conspiracy theory crap all over YouTube and Facebook and Twitter. It hasn't been banned. Has it been a bit discouraged? Yeah. Has it been successfully banned? No, I wish it had been banned.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ugh.
Yeah.
A particularly powerful documentary and its creator being not just silenced everywhere, but violently attacked by the mainstream media itself.
Give us a name.
Naturally, we are fully prepared for this video and all of our Conspiracy Theory of Everything series to be removed from YouTube. And that's why we've created...
Okay, here's the great thing. He currently has a video.
It's an Illuminati thing.
But okay, here's the great thing. He has a video called Our Conspiracy Theory of Everything series has been banned, but it's all still available on YouTube. It's all right there.
Okay, yeah, YouTube. He's just a blatant liar.
Look, let us be clear. YouTube does not care what's on their platform as long as they can make money off of it.
There's some things that it's not that they don't care, it's that they don't know how. They just don't. They clearly do care because they do put in a lot of work with the algorithm and stuff. They just don't know what they're doing, so that it's just a mess. It's a metric mess. And it's not catered towards the creators, right? It's not catered towards the information. It's catered towards the advertisers that are paying them to the platform.
Yeah, you're not.
Here's the thing. Sorry.
As a viewer, you're not the customer of YouTube.
Right.
You are the product that they are selling. Their customers are advertisers, and people like me and Chesh are private contractors working for them.
Yeah. What it ought to be is we are the product. And you are the consumer. That should be the way. Like, if they were smart, that we're getting off topic. Never mind. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Spirit conspiracies.
How dare he uses the
free
Lord of the
collection
Rings
of
reference.
censored
I will have
content
Joe
and
Biden
private
ship him
workshops
napalm.
Hosted on a secure and safe platform.
Oh, good.
You
It's
can
hosted
free
on a secure and
access to
safe
this by
platform.
clicking the link.
Cool, it's on the
at top
internet.
of
Nothing is safe on
description.
the internet.
Nevertheless, as time has gone on, a new term has been coined to describe what many are believing to be the true intention behind this pandemic. The Great Reset.
Okay. One in the chat if you've ever heard of the pandemic called the Great Reset. Two if you haven't.
I'm really sad that I actually have to put a 1 in the chat because I have heard of this before.
Really? Because I haven't.
Also, one for Noel. One for Noel in the chat. He's worse than Aveda. Yeah.
No, we can't have one mean more than one thing. One has to mean if you have heard of this. Two is if you haven't.
I'm talking about the person in chat, not the number.
Oh, right.
So, okay, do you want to know how I've heard about this kind of thing before? So I did a stream like last year, a while ago, going down this rabbit hole of conspiracy theories, and I called it "What the Cult," but I starred the L, so it looked like I didn't type in cult. And it was like this whole like thing about how like Celine Dion and Hillary Clinton drank the blood of children to maintain immortality nonsense. I was like, what am I reading?
Awesome.
And so yeah, that happened. I haven't gone through that rabbit hole again since.
Welcome back.
If anybody's interested, I definitely recommend watching it. It was a trip.
All right, so we're actually getting pretty decent numbers of 2s and also 1s. So it looks like this is sort of a thing some people have heard of, some people haven't. So I'm in the haven't. Apparently Chesh's in the have. T Lane is in the haven't. So all right, that's a good mix, I think. There's no clear winner.
I want to say that whole nonsense regarding the blood immortality stuff is like, oh, what stuff are you on, and where can I get it?
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing to know.
How many glasses of cyanide tea did you drink?
Oh, dramatic.
Oh.
Chess, the most nefarious of games.
Yo, did you see that lizard face?
Yes.
There was lizard face.
Oh, I've already covered his Reptoid conspiracy on my channel. That's in a video.
Smitty says they forgot about Celine Dion. I highly recommend you look up the song Ashes from the Deadpool 2 movie. 10 out of 10. Or 11 out of 10, actually. Ooh. It's very good.
Back in mid-August, former Australian Senator Cory Bernardi.
How he said that, it made me think that he was a senator who's formerly Australian.
Yeah, that did sound like that. But also now he's talking about Australia, which is now 3 countries that this pandemic has hit, that he's questioning whether or not it should be considered a pandemic. I'm just taking a tally.
3 very distant countries, too. They are not close to each other.
They're very large, and they're very far away from each other.
But here's the thing, right? If you want to say that someone is a former senator of the Australian Senate, you say a former Australian senator, not former Australian senator. That's the correct way to put those pauses in there.
I am convinced that we need to add clicks and like additional noises in our speech to allow us to add punctuation.
Presented a piece for Sky News Australia in which he claimed that the agenda behind the pandemic was for elite Davos billionaires to bring about a great reset that would see permanent social and economic changes.
Okay, some guy said something on the news.
Okay.
Yep, that's great.
Bernard
hasn't happened.
That there was something unusual about the continuing pandemic panic, citing medical experts who now acknowledge
$5 says he's not going to
lockdowns
show what the guy actually said.
Yeah.
Don't work, and actually
they do work,
the
though.
audience to consider if there's another agenda at work. To add further weight to this conversation, Bernardi then highlighted comments by Klaus Schwab, the founder and chairman of the World Economic.
What is with this framing, Jordan? Like this is directly to Jordan, and the off chance that he ever watches this stream, which is extremely unlikely. Jordan, Stop cutting off the tops of people's heads. Because here's the thing, right? I just dropped this directly into my video editor. It's at a 16:9 ratio, right? It should just work. That means Jordan has made a choice to chop off this guy's head.
Jordan, spirit science cuts off people's heads, confirmed?
Yeah, there you go.
Literally ISIS.
Economic Forum, who described that COVID-19 proved the old systems of society to be inadequate, and that now is the historical moment of time not only to fight the virus, but to shape the system for the post-corona era.
You mean so we're better at fighting future viruses? Oh no!
Because as it turns out, historically, we've been pretty shit at fighting major pandemics. Aside from just quarantine and let everybody infected kind of just die.
I recall SARS was actually handled pretty well with.
Yes, but SARS wasn't the same as COVID. It wasn't easily.
Well, I'm not saying that it is. It was still something that would have been a strong spreader, and it was because of the way it was handled. It didn't become the thing that coronavirus did.
The thing is, though, is that because it was so deadly, it killed its host before it could transmit effectively.
Yeah, that did happen.
And because we took steps to prevent it from transmitting, like we stepped in a lot faster with SARS than a lot of places and countries, particularly America, did with COVID. And on the other hand, though, I also don't know if SARS was worse in America or not because I'm not from America. So I don't know if America also did a crummy job.
The USA only had a few SARS cases, and they were pretty quickly identified and isolated.
Yep.
The USA was not hit terribly hard by SARS.
Yeah.
Now, the World Economic Forum itself is an elite gathering of businessmen, politicians, and celebrities that happens every year in Davos, Switzerland. Their mission is stated.
Isn't Davos the name of the guy in charge of the Daleks?
Yes. Yeah, well, Davros, I believe it is.
Oh, Davros, you're right. There is an R.
That was another country, by the way, so we're up to 4.
Oh, yeah. We're up to 4.
Yeah.
Now, this one is a little closer to the UK, so we're not, going with Japan or anything, but still, 4 countries.
Thus far, we're at least out of the Anglosphere now.
That's true.
Yeah.
As being committed to improving the state of the world by engaging business, political, academic, and other leaders of society to shape global, regional, and industry agendas. To that end, many attendees use the opportunity to hold private meetings on things like investment in their countries and as a chance to do business deals.
They do.
Interestingly,
a business.
I can't imagine international people wanting to internationally communicate with each other at an international event.
Weird. Wow. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah.
I'm so surprised.
It's like this is like the weakest evidence for a conspiracy theory.
Is so secret, why the hell do we have video footage of it?
Which once again chops off the guy's head.
Better yet, so according to this, you know how those American generals met during World War II? Well, what that means they were plotting something clearly because they met.
I mean, they were plotting something specifically against Germany.
So Creation Myths is in the chat. Creation Myths, get in here, man. You have the join link, and yeah, we're talking about viruses. This is your jam.
Get in here. Get in here.
This is your jam.
Yeah.
2008, attending Davos was considered a must for the great and good. But since then, critics have suggested that it is a symbol of the global elite, some of whom are...
I mean, yeah, the global elite likes to get together, but here's the thing. The quote-unquote global elite don't all have the same agenda. They aren't all buddies. But yeah, sometimes they get together and like, hey, what if we traded? And then they're like, yeah, okay.
The global elite also refers to very different things depending on context.
That's
so,
true.
like, there's a really big difference between global elite being the people with the most money versus the global elite who may or may not be corrupt politicians, because different countries have different levels of corruption and a different like amounts of money. So it's like not every country has the same amount of money going into politics as America does, percentage-wise.
Excuse me. I thought Global Elite was a rank you got in CS:GO for being really good.
I thought Global Elite is only America and not America, so that's the only two options.
Those are the only two countries in the world.
Yeah, clearly Global Elite
America's
is just
not a real country. I will accept no criticism.
Look. We all know Jordan is in that camp. And clearly the Global Elite is just the Jews, because
obviously
every
The blame
I
for the
almost made the
crisis.
second death bomb.
One
I
particular
avoided it.
Time magazine editor described Davos as a family reunion for the people who broke the modern world. Today, the modern definition of
Whatever.
What?
several terms.
What do you hold on? Pause for a second. Broke the modern world. We're more technologically advanced now and are utilizing it further than we ever have because we're all isolated.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Breaking the modern world? You could say the same thing about when we stopped using slavery. Oh, it's the modern world is broken and moving forward. Oh God, no.
Maybe he means like the most recent economic troubles, maybe? But he didn't say that.
God, that's a whole different slew of problems.
One speaks to planning together to commit an illegal or wrongful act or accomplish a legal purpose through illegal action.
Okay.
And another is more innocuous, simply to join or act together, combine.
Okay, so now I'm starting to think that something happened with my download or something, because I can't imagine that Jordan cut off all of this stuff, so maybe it's my fault.
Maybe it's the download.
Apologies, Jordan. You know what? You don't deserve apologies, Jordan.
No, Jordan doesn't deserve apologies, but Dapper.
I was wrong, but I'm not sorry about it.
Dapper. Apparently, you cut off heads then.
Okay.
You. Here's the thing. You might be wrong. It is unconfirmed, and you're not sorry for it.
Right.
As these billionaires, political leaders, celebrities, and other titans of industry gather together to make private business deals that ultimately shape the fabric of society as we know it, whether for good or for ill, they do fall into at least one of the definitions of conspire. And so,
listen, I demand to know every single thing that every other person on the planet does and every deal they're making, so I can personally audit to make sure it reaches my arbitrary standard that I decide at the time.
By the way, we currently have one entrant for the giveaway of Opus Magnum. If anyone else would like to enter, all you have to do is tweet a link to this stream and tag me in it, and then you will be entered. So currently, if you do that, you're at a 50-50 chance of getting the game.
I refuse to have the bottom line of who we need to give all of our private information to be the guy who admitted to non-consensual sexual acts with a woman. Fuck this guy. I'm dropping the second episode.
The second one, Chesh. What are you doing to me?
They're all mine.
What are you doing to me?
Chesh owes Dapper $10, I guess.
True.
You know when I come in here.
That's true.
This is expected.
Speaking to the
Listen,
Great Reset,
this guy earned it.
True, he did, but hey.
This idea of a planned rewrite of global systems may be just a conspiracy theory. The truth is,
it is.
It's not.
It
not
is, though.
a theory at all. A book and
I agree with that. It's definitely not a theory.
It's a stupid. That's what it is.
Barely a hypothesis.
It's not even.
Giovanni says you already have Opus Magnum. Well, then I understand why you would not want to get a Steam key for it.
Yeah.
Economic Forum themselves, titled COVID-19, The Great Reset, outlines their views in great detail. In the opening of their book, Schwab and Mallory openly state that even though many of us are pondering when things will return to normal, the short answer is never. Nothing will ever return to the broken sense of normalcy that prevailed prior to this crisis.
Yeah, pause for a second. Good, that was the point. If the normal sense, if the sense of normalcy was already broken and already garbage, we don't exactly want to go back to that.
Right.
Why would we want to do that? That's stupid.
Yeah, basically, the whole idea is supposed to be, hey, this should be a wake-up call. Maybe some of our things that we were doing before weren't good ideas. Like, hey, why is it only people in East Asia wear masks when they're sick? Maybe we should all be doing that. And you know what? Yeah, maybe we should. Or hey, maybe shaking hands is kind of a stupid custom. Maybe instead we should do something else.
Or hey, if you can do work from home, you should be allowed to just do work from home. If your job doesn't require you to have to be in an actual office, maybe you can make some adjustments there. Oh hey, maybe if somebody can finish their work in 4 hours, they should be allowed to work for 4 hours and not be penalized for it by getting paid less. Or hey, maybe schooling online is actually a really, really good idea that could be implemented really, really, really well if it was actually really, really done properly. We can
schooling online depends on the
spending so
student.
much money on stuff.
But,
all schooling depends on the student. That's silly.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But one of those things is like, I wouldn't mind bringing in bowing instead of handshakes.
Yeah, me neither.
Because that I like that. That's a
I vote we just wink at people. Everybody just wink.
Wink. It's up to you to figure out the meaning.
Very low effort, but very ambiguous.
But what I like the most is just wearing masks during flu season. That is something, and when you're sick. Both of those alone will help massively during flu season and just when diseases are going around.
Arresting people who like purposefully lick stuff at the grocery store also good.
Yeah.
To be fair, that is already illegal, and you can already be arrested for it.
That has actually already happened before the pandemic. Right. There was already somebody had been arrested for that in Canada, well, like a long time ago. That was already like, this isn't, don't do this, no.
Oh, it happened in the US too.
That's not right.
Yep.
Stupid. It's always teenagers.
The person who kicked off a weird like crime, or like not crime spree, but like a crime trend in the US was like a 30-year-old woman.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Weird fetishes, not all right.
The coronavirus marks a fundamental inflection point in our global trajectory. The world as we knew it in the early months of 2020 is gone, dissolved in the context of this pandemic.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it a conspiracy, right? Things can alter the world and not be a conspiracy.
Yeah.
You know what altered the world? Hairspray. Was that a conspiracy?
Yes.
Is rock and roll a conspiracy? Because that changed a lot of stuff. Like I said, the Beatles. This is basically say all this, but it's instead of the pandemic, it's about the Beatles.
It's like the societal shift that modern medicine brought about was a conspiracy, apparently, according to Jordan. Because, that brought about a large society shift in Western culture. As it's coming into
the Beatles. What about the
world?
What about the internet?
It was a conspiracy by Al Gore. Ever heard of him?
Oh my God.
What about the Black Mesa incident?
I've never heard of him. I've heard of him, but I've never heard of Al Gore. But I have heard of Man Bear Pig.
Are coming.
Yeah.
That some experts are now referring to a before coronavirus (BC) and after coronavirus (AC) era. As they explain rather eloquently, reality would much likely be more nuanced and not as black and white as the plague alone changing society. Instead, they highlight the fact that the seemingly biblical
I'm pretty sure the plague in Europe, like the Black Plague, changed society when that happened. Was that a conspiracy too?
Obviously.
Yeah,
I'm actually doing the thing that my picture is doing right now, by the way.
Nice. Yeah, the bubonic plague screwed Europe right up. Except for, like, I don't know, bits of Scandinavia. The isolated communities. They got out fine. Yep. But, like, the rest of Europe? Congrats. Depopulation of the countryside.
Many of the changes
Empire?
that were already taking place before it, naturally setting in motion a new trajectory in the months and years to come. Historically, plague outbreaks have brought about changes on a worldwide scale that far exceeded just health concerns.
So it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Got it.
Or plague and pandemic aren't the same thing, and I think he's starting to use them interchangeably.
Yeah, I think so. Yes. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree.
Yeah.
Riots, famine, war, and clashes, and the redrawing of national boundaries are all historical
globally affecting
precedents.
once,
the Black
regular
Death
interchange
signaled
between
the
Americas
final stages
and
of the
the old
medieval
world
period
happened.
and gave birth to the Renaissance. The plague of Justinian caused the Byzantine Empire to change course.
I'm sorry, what?
Smallpox epidemic.
I'm sorry. Dapper. Did you just say Byzantine?
Yes, he did. He did mispronounce Byzantine.
I might actually die from that.
I'm pretty sure he also complained that wars change the world sometimes and change boundaries and change where things are going forward. And I feel like he's just stating things that are obvious.
Yeah, I mean, he is also attributing it to like the plague of Justinian and the Black Death, which were both very significant plagues.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, diseases kill people and change society. Big.
I don't understand what his problem is yet.
Yeah, it's like, what's your point, dude?
It's as if major plagues can cause the weakening of society at a large scale, then makes it malleable for change. Like what's going on right now?
Or just open to invasion.
Yeah. Big
wiped out the Inca and Mesoamerican empires. The World Economic Forum.
I mean, they didn't entirely wipe out the Inca and Mesoamerican Empire, but I will say this. Smallpox getting from Europe to the New World did spread through the Americas well faster than actual European settlers did. So by the time European settlers got to most places in the New World, it had already been devastated by smallpox.
I do want to say something here about that, though. When the end of the Aztec Empire and the Incan Empire was brought about mainly by Spanish conquistadors, not by the plague. The plague came after, and they are the direct cause of that plague that's been across the Americas.
The places you want
get your history right.
The places you want to look for depopulation as a result of plague from European contact is mostly North America and remoter parts of South America.
Is it? So here's the thing: it doesn't even have to be something as like that's devastating like a plague. The game World of Warcraft made worldwide changes. The game Halo made worldwide change. There have been the Switch and the Wii drastically changed gaming and gaming culture in perpetuity.
I think he's only counting like changes in national borders or something. Like he seems to have a pretty high bar.
Chesh, don't forget
he's talking about like social changes and like whether people are going outside and like changes to like societal stuff.
He seems to be equivocating there because on the one hand he's like, oh, these plays cause changes in national borders. It's like, I don't think too many borders are going to change because of COVID-19.
Smash Brothers came out and it changed the playing field.
Chesh, don't forget. When Half-Life came out, it took the formula that Quake and Doom and Wolfenstein had made and turned it into what every modern FPS, except for, Doom,
copies. All right, but we can't get too far into gaming, guys.
Forum's panel and book creates a conceptual framework for how such a change would be brought about, dividing its events into macro categories like the economy, political, environmental, and technological factors, and micro categories that focus on specific companies and industries. The final category,
so the stock
however,
market's a conspiracy.
relates to the political consequences
GameStop.
and how the events
GameStop.
What does this have to do with anything?
I don't know.
I don't know what his point is. He hasn't gotten to it yet.
I feel like we're listening.
To be fair, we do keep
interrupting.
interrupting him. We do keep interrupting him.
I think you should keep
who we are as humans on a fundamental level. To start, the financial impact alone would put the world in such a large sum of debt that future generations would be paying it off indefinitely.
I mean, we're already at that point before coronavirus, so I don't know what the problem is here.
Yeah, we've been in debt for decades. Like, whatever.
The essence of the 21st century, however, is interdependence. We are more connected than ever, and our world is entrenched in a deep systemic connectivity.
All right, I just want to say, right now we still only have one entrant to get Opus Magnum, so if you want it, you have about less than 4 minutes to to share this stream on Twitter and tag me in it. But you still have a chance.
As such, any economic risk has the potential to turn into a political one, which we've already seen with high unemployment rates and dissatisfaction with governments, sparking the fires of civil unrest.
I mean, also the fact that people were dying and the government wasn't doing anything about it. That was also part of that problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some governments cough.
In the U.S., some people were also dying at the hands of the government during the pandemic. That was also happening.
like the tracking apps for
Oh,
COVID,
don't forget about
which
China.
have
They're
sparked
already
massive
dying
social
from the government,
backlash.
and they have been for
But the reset goes
decades.
much deeper. See, each risk event, like COVID, not only affects the other factors in its own macro, like the economy and society, but also affects the consequences of all other aspects of society. Each individual risk creates a kind of ricochet that provokes other risks in seemingly unrelated areas of society. The World Economic Forum's predictions argue that infectious diseases like COVID will undoubtedly create changes in everything from global governance failure, social instability, and unemployment to involuntary migration. Describing their plans further,
involuntary migration, so refugees? Okay.
Yeah, so those were already a thing. Cough, cough, Syria, cough, cough.
That's never happened recently.
It's never happened in history.
They have put forth first that an increased sense of security and inclusiveness is inevitable to mitigate the social unrest and unemployment.
How dare we be more inclusive?
How dare we?
But above that, we must move into a more sustainable method of living, as the next big crisis waiting for us.
Is he pro or anti big reset? Because so far, a lot of what he said has been like, yeah, okay, that's good.
Is the climate crisis, and we are heading straight for it. Speaking to this further, their plan is to redefine our social contract to be more inclusive with each other, setting up systems where we can leave solutions and responsibility to the next generation as well as our problems.
What? That's not a real thought. We should be more inclusive to each other so that way we can foist our problems to the next generation. What does that even mean?
That did not follow at all.
That was two separate things. That's why I didn't follow. He said that they're trying to change it to this, and then he non sequitured into this.
Wait, hoist the problems from our generation onto the next. Like
not
what the last
foist.
generation did to us.
Foist with an F.
Foist. Sorry.
But yeah,
yeah.
So I mean, it's not a big change.
He's applying like boomer logic to say like, oh well, they're not trying to like. So this doesn't even apply to what he's talking about. Stuff like that applies to infrastructure problems, government problems, and like global warming problems. This is talking about pandemics problems and economic problems, which is a different section of political problems and potentially global warming problems, but that he's like mixing together like 17 different kinds of topics into, and don't get me wrong, they're all connected. They're all like part of the same sort of weave that we're all stuck in, because we live in a society. But he seems to be like, we live in a society, oh god, society might change, and it's supposed to do that.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
We live in a society.
Social contract, basically put, is the glue that binds society together. Without it, society unravels. One of the biggest changes that is needed is in regards to inflation. For years, the rate of inflation has fallen for many goods and services.
Inflation of what?
Money.
Money or people?
I'm sure it's money, because he's talking about the rate of inflation for goods and services.
Exception of the three things that matter the most for many of us: housing, healthcare, and education. In all of these things, prices have only risen, creating and widening the societal gap.
Yeah, but crap.
Human.
Yes.
Nice.
That's my bad on that one, guys.
To prevent us from sinking collectively.
My goodness, I screwed that one up.
You done goofed?
All right, but here's the other thing. I'm already at the point I said that I was going to stop, and this is just nonsense that there isn't actually a response to.
I don't know what his point is. Like,
No,
what's he hasn't
really
actually
one.
said that the change is bad. He's just saying that there's a conspiracy to cause change, and then he's explaining like these are where the changes would take place, even though he hasn't explained what those changes are and whether or not they would actually be good or bad. He just seems to be like just rambling off and sounding kind of ominous about it.
Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do, because I don't want to have to find that again. And it's been the 5 hours that I promised.
Listen, I'm totally down. I don't want to listen to this guy talk anymore. He's kind of dumb.
Yeah. So I have just sent a Steam key to Need Teleporta 12 at Need Teleporta 12 on Twitter. You now have a stream key for Opus Magnum on Steam. Let me know if it works. If it doesn't, we'll work with you on that. I want to say, cough, cough. But I also want to say thank you to everyone who showed up here. So TD Lane, Dakota, Nestlig, and Chesh. I want to say shame on you to everyone who I sent the link to and didn't come.
Shame on you, Dan. Shame on you, Erica. Who else did you send it to?
I mean, a lot of people, but it doesn't matter.
You're calling out names here, jeez. I just remembered though. I was on Judgment Call yesterday, and that's the call-in show that I'm part of. And Steve was like, "What are you doing this week?" And I'm like, "I'm pretty sure I'm doing something on Wednesday, and I do not, for the life of me, remember what it is. And I'm sure it's something. I think it's with Dapper. If it is, I'm sure he'll yell at me. And I took me till just now to remember what it is.
Oh wow!
Dapper, yeah, I already have it scheduled. Like, it's sitting there and everything. It was out of my brain entirely. Me and Dapper are going to be reviewing more of Kent Hovind's lawsuit, so come and check that out.
We're reading his initial complaint, which is just bonkers. It is absolutely insane.
Yeah, we did part 1, so if you want to catch up, we did skip a bunch because it's very repetitive, so we just kind of skipped over and said, hey, he's applying all of this to all these people, because the write-up it says the same thing for every individual. Why he did that, I don't know, to make it seem more impressive, I guess.
So I do think that technically you are supposed to include everything you have against each individual party to a lawsuit. So I think it might actually be a general requirement. But let's remove this. We don't need this video up. Okay, so that was more nonsensical than I thought it would be. It's so nonsensical that I don't even know how to respond to it, because a lot of it's just like, and?
I know how to respond to it. Jordan is a insane rapist, and I don't think there is much else to say.
Yeah. Oh, Helios 575 says, "Holy hell, this is still going, and now we have a Cheshire." Well, it is the end. So, Chesh, besides tomorrow's stream, you have anything else you want to plug?
I'm going to be talking about the Canadian housing market.
Okay, when is that?
It's going to suck. Probably Thursday.
Okay. So if you want to see a really sucky stream about the Canadian housing market...
Listen, I read a thing, somebody wrote there was a vote recently on a bill for Ontario the Ontario government to essentially step in and help fix the housing market, which in Canada has been going to complete garbage. Well, this one guy noticed that his electee didn't vote on it. So, and then he went back and looked, and it turns out the guy hasn't voted on anything since October of 2020. So he wrote his official to be like, question mark face, and they responded with he's on medical leave, and it's like, he's been on medical leave since October 2020. What are you talking about? So yeah, I'm gonna go in and look at that and see what the hell is going on, and it's gonna be awful.
Well, you have my condolences from a state with screwed up housing anyways, so hey.
Yeah, he's the MP for Abbotsford. So
all right. So TD Lane, do you have anything that you want to plug?
Well, I mean, there's two things. I'll start with the less important one. If Dappercraft starts up and there's a stream on it, I am certain we will almost certainly build something stupid.
Seems reasonable, yeah.
Yeah, and the second and much more important thing is support nuclear fission. That is it. That is what I want to plug. Nuclear fission.
I do tend to agree. All right. So let's see. As far as this channel goes, so we're going to have a video come out on Thursday. I think it'll be the second IPA video. It might be my first video about Canadian young Earth creationism. Take that, Chesh.
Oh, my feelings.
Feel bad by association.
So originally Saturday was going to be my wrap-up for the Spirit Science history, but I was, I guess, challenged to a discussion. I don't know exactly how all this works, but I'm going to be having a discussion that came up recently with a creationist about whether or not birds are dinosaurs, because he's claimed very confidently in my comments that they were not. And so I offered a discussion about this. And for the first time ever, a creationist decided not to be an absolute coward, not completely bitch made, and say, yeah, sure, I'll come talk about it.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, first time for everything. So, congratulations, creationists. You actually got one. I don't know why you guys can't do it more. You seem so confident in the comments. In fact, so much so that I've been called a coward in my own comments for saying, hey, why don't you come on and discuss this on air? No, I want to discuss it in the comments. I'm like, well, I don't care.
Definition of cowardice.
Yeah. So, good job, Young Earth creationists. You guys got somebody.
Sometimes it's just like a lot. There are some situations where it's better to have a conversation in text back and forth, but the YouTube comment section, though?
That's never the best place. And here's the other thing. No one reads the YouTube comments. So I don't want to waste my time.
Listen, I appreciate when people leave me YouTube comments, and I love it, and I watch it, and it's my favorite when people who are mad show up in there and just cause a dumpster fire. It's probably one of my favorite things to just sit and read, but I don't read like other people's YouTube show comment sections.
Yeah, the reason I don't do YouTube debate or YouTube comment debates is because other than me and a few people who decide to get involved, which is usually under like 5, no one will notice. And I'll be honest, I'm not on YouTube just for the fun of it. I do like it when I get views and ad revenue and super chats and stuff like that. And if none of that were happening, I wouldn't be here doing it. Yeah, shocker. Yep. So, yep, not going to debate in the comments, but I have one of those coming up. Then the Tuesday after that is going to be our next Camp event. Then that next Thursday is going to be whatever video I was thinking about releasing on Thursday, but didn't. So probably the first of the Canadian Young Earth Creations videos. I have another video up, and it's uploaded right now. I think probably tomorrow I'll send it to my patrons and channel members. So if you want early access to stuff like that, feel free to join the channel or the Patreon. And yeah, that's basically it. So thank you very much. You guys made this.
Congratulations, Dapper! Yay!
Thank you.
Yay!
You guys have made this a great 5,000 subscriber special / birthday stream. So, all right, I'm gonna get out of here and play the end credits. I'll talk to all you guys later. Hopefully on Thursday. Bye. Or actually, no. Hopefully on Wednesday.
Bye.
Everyone show up on Wednesday.
Over on my channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bye. I just want to take a moment to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above: Bob Knob, Bent Hovend, Ian Chen, Chris Love, Sphincter of Doom, The Venerable Bede, and Patrick Dennis. My patrons and channel members really help make this channel possible, and without them, this channel wouldn't exist. If you would like to support me, you can click the join link on this channel below this video, or you can click on my Patreon, link in the description, and pledge. On Patreon, there is an option for an annual subscription, which comes with a 10% discount. And joining the channel will give you access to my custom emojis. However, if a regular pledge isn't for you, I do have a merch store. And if monetarily helping out the channel isn't a thing you can do, every like, share, and comment really helps the channel.